meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. Can I have a motion? And actually, I'd like to ask, can I have a motion to excuse board member Chris Apodaca from the meeting due to holiday obligation?
Motion to excuse Dr. Apodaca.
Second.
All those in favor? Roll call, Danielle?
President Yu,
Yes.
Vice President Mr. Beach,
Yes.
Clerk Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
Board Member Mr. Nishi, Board Member Mrs. Say,
Present?
Board Member Dr. Rios. Thank you.
Thank you. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with the ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. Conference with real property negotiator, SR 91 westbound expansion project, existing litigation, one matter, student discipline, deliberation on one student expulsion matter pursuant to Education Code, Section 48918C1. Are there any public comments on the closed session items?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
May I have a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
Eugenio, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
holds my heart enthralled. Then fill to me the parting glass. Good night, and God be with you all. Oh, all the comrades that e'er I've had, they're sorry for my going away. And of all the sweethearts that e'er I had, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls into my lot that I should rise and you should not, oh, gently rise and softly call. Good night, and God be with you all. So
The board is back in open session. Good evening, everyone. May I have a motion?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
We welcome public comments, and anybody wishing to make a public comment must fill out a card on the table to my left. All public comments are to be made during the public comments section or at the time an item is presented and must be done before the item is discussed. Each comment must be no more than 5 minutes. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. Conference with real property negotiator, SR 91, westbound expansion project. Existing litigation, one matter. Also, may I have a motion and a second based upon the board's review in closed session of the findings of fact and recommendations submitted by the administrative hearing panel? The board accepts the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel to expel in student expulsion number 2223-1 based on violation of Education Code, section 48900 A1, 48900 A2, and 48900R. The board adopts the plan of rehabilitation recommended by the panel. The board sets the first regular board meeting of June 2023 as the date on which the board will review the student for readmission. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Eugenio, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. I'd like to call on Stowers Elementary School to lead us in the pledge. Come on in, students. Welcome, Stowers.
Please stand. Face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Good evening, President Yu, distinguished board members, Interim Superintendent Mr. Nguyen, and cabinet members. Thank you for this opportunity to share about Stowers Elementary. We are the newly elected officers for the Stowers Student Body Ambassadors. We would like to briefly share 3 things that happened last week.
Last week, we celebrated Red Ribbon Week, and our PTA created fun spirit dress days to remind us to choose to be healthy, happy, and kind.
Since we are part of the International Baccalaureate World Organization, our school also had an evaluation last week where they led an appreciative inquiry and celebrated with us how we are lifelong learners, demonstrate the IB profile characteristics, and how our teachers use technology, the inquiry process, and a variety of assignments to provide us with opportunities to collaborate and learn.
We also had 2 fun family events, our trunk or treat on Friday and a Halloween parade yesterday. It is great to be able to have our families back on campus to enjoy time together. Thank you again for this opportunity to share about our amazing school.
Thank you. Would you like to introduce your principal? And can we have all the parents stand up, please? Proud parents of Stowers Elementary School. Yes. All right. Thank you.
This is Mrs. Miller.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a comment by Dr. Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. Stowers, thank you for your presentation. I wanted to embarrass my nephew really quick. Cole Fontella, can you come to the microphone really quick? Everyone, it's his birthday today. He's spending his birthday with us, so I wanted to sing him a happy birthday really quick for everyone. If you can join me.
All right.
All right, everyone ready?
Yeah.
Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cocoa. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you for spending your birthday with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, proud parents. Thank you. You may be excused. Yeah. Okay, next we have Spotlight on Teaching and Learning. We have Tech Trek Program, La Palma Cerritos American Association of University Women, Celia Spitzer and Toby Balma, and Ross Middle School student Leanne Gregorio. Please come up.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Celia Spitzer, and I'm here tonight as the president of the La Palma Cerritos American Association of University Women, AAUW. Tonight's spotlight is about Tech Trek, the AAUW summer camp for rising 8th grade girls that focuses on STEM. Campers spend 1 week on a university campus. They live in the dorms, eat in the cafeteria, attend labs and classes, and learn what it might be like to be a college student. With the aim of encouraging girls to pursue STEM careers, the camp exposes them to a wide variety of STEM fields and occupations through hands-on experience in classes, workshops, and demonstrations. The campers also hear from women STEM professionals. Tech Trek was founded in 1998 by an AAUW member in the San Francisco Bay Area. The first camp was held at Stanford. Camp attendance is funded through donations and partnerships coordinated by local AAUW branches, which means that students who might not otherwise have the opportunity to attend summer camp are able to attend Tech Trek. The sponsorship is about $1,000. To be considered for a sponsorship, girls must be nominated by a STEM teacher, complete an extensive application including an essay, and go through an evaluation and interview process done by the local AAUW members. Our branch started participating in Tech Trek in 2017. Our sponsored girls have attended camp at Whittier College. That year, we focused on just ABC and requested nominations from Fetty, Haskell, and Ross, our Title I middle schools, and chose 2 ABC girls. In 2018, since we have La Palma and surrounding area members as well, we expanded to include nominees from Walker Junior High and the Anaheim Union High School District. We selected 2 ABC and 2 Walker girls that year and did so again in 2019 and 2020. Due to COVID, there was no on-site camp in 2020. However, there was a Zoom camp in 2021, which was attended by the girls we chose in 2020. This year, we chose 1 girl each from ABC and Walker, and they attended camp in person at Whittier College. You will hear from our ABC girl, Leanne Gregorio, in a few minutes. We do not plan to sponsor a girl for 2023 as the program is undergoing some changes, and our branch wants to see if Tech Trek continues to be on-site at universities or only via Zoom. At this time, I want to introduce Toby Balma, a charter member of our branch, which is celebrating its 50th anniversary this month. Toby has been heavily involved in nearly every aspect of AAUW, particularly Tech Trek. She has been a dorm mom a number of summers and as well as serving as the assistant to the camp director at Whittier College. Toby.
Thank you, Celia. I do want to add that AAUW is a national organization, and that if you believe in education and equity for women and girls, and if you are a college student or have a degree, please find us and press the button.
No, that's good.
Oh, well, okay, board, but they can join too. So in terms of Tech Trek, Celia Spitzer has told you really a lot about it. One of the things that is really important to know is how, she talked about when it started. It started way back when, and she told you, because this AAUW member had a daughter that wanted to get into an engineering class. And she was not allowed. It was for guys. So she thought, this goes back a number of years. And so she thought, we've got to do something about this. So in terms of her starting the Tech Trek program. And specifically, they picked rising 8th grade girls, kind of all of the ages of why would they pick rising 8th grade girls. Because this is a time when girls really kind of turn on or turn off to STEM. And I can tell you that it really is a success, not only in the amount of years that we've done it, but when I start telling you about the professional women who came to camp, you will see it works. Girls end up going to college, realizing they can go, they major in STEM, and they find careers. So our selection process, we had our committee. We picked a stellar Ross student here. And the girls, the camp this year, there were about 82 girls. And they came from all over Los Angeles County, some from San Diego County, Orange County, and each of them lived in a dorm. There were about 10 girls per dorm mom. A dorm mom has to be an AAUW member so that they're supervised all the time. They are busy from the time they get up in the morning until the time they fall into bed. That they are randomly assigned to a week-long STEM course. And it would be something that generally is not in what they would get in school. This year, they got anatomy, and in anatomy, they dissected a fetal pig. We're talking about these, they're not even yet 8th graders. They also had a class in architecture, biology, crime scene investigation, and robotics. So 4 of those days, they spent 4 hours in the morning on these classes and doing projects. They also, we did manage to have fun. It wasn't just all studies, but we had workshops for them. There was one workshop done by chemists where they made their own lotion. And in addition, they would have a workshop on going to college, because you can't start them too soon to know about going to college and about scholarships that are available for them. And we did a professional women's night, and this is done every year. We had professionals, we had and they were women, women in STEM, someone who had been a Disney Imagineer, who now has progressed to really being the Disneyland manager of technology. We had a transportation engineer, a coroner, a rocket design engineer, an emergency room physician, and a physical therapist. And I can tell you 3 of the professional women, the rocket design engineer, the emergency room physician, and the physical therapist, were graduates of Tech Trek. These are women, young girls who started out shy and didn't know really about college, actually aspired and got their degrees. We had 2 field trips. Field trip we did locally in terms of at Downey, to the Downey Memorial Space Center. And one that surprises people, we did our yearly field trip in Whittier to a cadaver lab. And for the girls who really were interested in medicine and going into that field, this was our top field trip and has been our top field trip, even though we might go cadaver lab. Okay. So I want to introduce Leanne here, and she's our stellar student from Ross. So Leanne, what did it feel like when you learned that you were selected?
Well, okay. Well, I didn't really know Tech Trek at first.
it was like something that just came out of your head and was like, oh, what is Tech Trek? But then I got to learn more and realized, oh, this is a great opportunity for me in the future, as I've already had my thoughts on STEM already in the future in colleges and scholarships.
So what was it like to live on campus? You were in a dorm with 9 other girls and a dorm mom.
I completely loved campus life. It was amazing. Okay, especially the food. The food. The food, the people, and the adults that were supervising me were really kind and helped supported me in my decisions and what I'd like to learn.
Yeah, I will say a number of girls were nervous because they have never been away from home. And as nervous as they were, the parents are more nervous. But we were able to support both sides. So, and as far as the food, my favorite at Tech Trek was always the soft serve, and this year they ran out, so I was depressed. So you liked living in the dorm and the food. What core class did you have?
The core class I had was CSI, which is Crime Scene Investigation, where we learned about evidence and impacts of trace, as well as bud spiders and how to connect that with how it happened. I don't know how to say it.
Her teacher for that week was also a graduate of Tech Trek, who was the most homesick girl that we've ever had in our history, who became a leader, who became a junior counselor, a senior counselor to help run the place, a dorm mom, and a teacher, and she's now working on her master's degree. So we went on field trips. What was your favorite?
I loved the Memorial Space Center trip because there were tons of sections on what you'd learn.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Any
you.
questions?
Okay. I think we're good. Thank you. Okay, next we have Nutrition Services Program, Maureen Conklin, Nutrition Services Manager. So we're going to cover the lunch at our ABC schools, and I had the pleasure of tasting some food last week.
Okay. Good evening, Board President Yu, Vice President Beach, board members, interims, sorry about that. Good evening, Board President Yu, Vice President Beach, board members, interim superintendent Nguyen, cabinet members, and the community. I'm Maureen Conklin, and I'm the Nutrition Services Manager here at ABC, and I've worked at the district for the past 16 years. With me, I have Judy Dixon, who is our cafeteria manager too at Cerritos High School. Sorry. Okay, this evening I'm going to go over some of the USDA meal requirements as well as the new universal meal requirements and how that affects our programs, as well as some of the challenges we're facing here at ABC. The requirement for breakfast are 2-ounce equivalent of grain, a cup of fruit, and a milk. The USDA views this as 5 items: 2 grains, 2 half-cup portions of fruit, and 1 milk. Students are required to take at least 3 of the 5 items offered, and 1 of them must be a fruit. These are some of the options we offer at our schools for breakfast. All of our entrees are whole grain rich and consist of 2-ounce equivalent of grain. The USDA recently changed the rule requiring 100% whole grain rich grains down to 80%. Here at ABC, we continue to offer 100% at this time. We offer a variety of fruits throughout the week, including fresh fruit, cup fruit, dried fruit, and 100% fruit juice. Offering a variety of milk is also a requirement of the program. Lunch consists of 5 components: grains, meat alternatives, which includes cheese, nuts, seeds, and beans, fruits, vegetables, in the required subgroups of legumes, dark greens, red, orange, and starchy vegetables throughout the week, and milk. The daily and weekly requirements, amounts vary by grade levels. Students are required to take at least 3 components, one of which must be a fruit or vegetable. The first fruit or vegetable component is only required to be a half cup, and because of this, we offer all of our fruits and vegetables in half-cup portions and allow students to take as many fruits and vegetables as they will eat. These are some examples of the food we're serving at our high schools. We make our chili from scratch in our central kitchen, and we have brought back our nachos and freshly made salads. We offer burgers and chicken sandwiches daily, as well as orange chicken over rice, roasted chicken, breaded chicken legs with rolls throughout the week. We offer fresh condiments so students can customize their meals. These are some of the entrees we offer at our elementary schools. All of our elementary schools are pre-packed reheat sites, meaning the meal components come cold and are cold and pre-packaged from our central kitchen every day and are heated at the site and served outside. Here are November's menus for elementary and middle schools. We offer multiple choices to students daily, both for breakfast and lunch, and we offer at least 1 vegetarian entree daily, often 2 vegetarian options. At our high schools, we've gotten back to plating our entrees in front of our students, as we were doing before the pandemic. We are still experiencing supply chain challenges, which really come into play when we have to put together an entree made up of several ingredients, and one of those key ingredients is not available. With the passing of AB 130, California became the first state to provide meals at no cost to all students, regardless of meal status, outside of the USDA waivers that we had for the past several years. This change to the state meal mandate from all students who qualify for free or reduced meals must be offered at least 1 nutritious meal per day to all students, regardless of meal status, must be offered both a nutritious breakfast and lunch every school day at no cost to the student. This mandate also applies to Saturday school as well as minimum days. Okay. As a result of universal meals, here at ABC, we needed to add a breakfast program to our elementary schools that were previously serving only lunch. This required us to increase our staff hours and create benefited positions at those sites. We reduced the staff from 2 people to 1 person at most of our elementary schools, making it necessary to create additional positions to cover staff vacancies. In total, we created 16 benefited food service assistant 2 positions this year. Because Saturday school is considered a school day, universal meals requires us to provide both breakfast and lunch for those students attending on Saturdays. Lastly, the Extended Learning Opportunity Grant has increased our after-school snack program from 11 sites to 22 sites. We have all heard the challenges everybody is facing with staffing, and we are no exception. We are experiencing staff shortages in our high school student worker position as well as our Food Service 1 substitute position. And we've had challenges filling our FSA 2 positions. But we are hopeful that the recent increase in wages will make this position more enticing. Supply chain continues to be a challenge, whether it is the lack of trays that we need to offer more varieties in our fruits and vegetables, or simply receiving all the food items we need to put together a recipe. These shortages make it difficult to create and stick to a planned menu, making us more reliant on prepackaged and pre-assembled menu items. For example, we may receive the roll for our chicken leg with roll, but not the chicken leg. Then we need to find a use for the roll before it expires. Or perhaps we get our chips and cheese, but not our beef and beans for our nachos, needing to store these items in our warehouse and bring in another item to replace it on the menu. Other major challenges we are having are the lack of space at our formerly lunch-only sites. These are some of our smallest spaces with our largest enrollment and higher participation. And with the addition of breakfast and after-school snack. I think I'm out of order. Sorry. As you saw earlier, requires the offering of fruit and milk, most often which need to be refrigerated. The fruit, that is. The milk always has to be refrigerated. Our sites are already space challenged with the variety of foods we are offering for lunch, and this is only increased with the addition of breakfast and snack. Here is an example of two of our elementary sites. In most cases, there is no room for additional refrigeration, nor is there room for extra dry storage for shelf-stable items and paper supplies. Some of our sites were built without a designated food service kitchen and have converted custodial rooms that also contain electrical panels that prohibit us from putting equipment in front of them. And unfortunately, there's no extra room on campus for us to expand to. The green bars show the numbers before the pandemic, and the gold bars show our current numbers. Even though our enrollment declined by 11%, our lunch counts only decreased by 4%. The breakfast has increased by 28% and snack by 55%. This is to give you an idea of how much the meals have increased at the schools we showed you with the small kitchens. Just in milk alone, that is an additional 4 to 5 crates of milk per day. So, thank you, and I'd like to open up if anybody has any questions.
Okay. Board discussion. We have Sophia Say.
Hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I'm not going. I have a lot of questions actually. I have the concern since I believe April. Yeah, I had a concern about the meal and the schedule. I'm so glad you presented today that there's a challenge in our district. But I am concerned about the repeating meals. You know, I have a schedule right here. It's like every week the same meal. Are we supposed to have 4 weeks different meals? Is this shortage also make difference every day, every month? Actually, I have right here. I'm just concerned about the repeating meals that we serve to our students. I have like allergy accommodations Monday and Tuesday, all, and the next week 1 and week 2 is the same schedule here. What is your plan for that? Have you made some changes there or no? Due to the shortage, we just have to repeat the same meal every week.
It's customary in child nutrition to stick with a cycle menu. So
Every week's the same? Or aren't we supposed to have 4 week different meals?
there's no requirement for how often a cycle menu should change, whether it's 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks. Some school districts have 6 weeks. Because we offer so many menu choices, it is why I have shortened the cycle. So, like, for example, if you look at our high school menu, we offer, Judy, is it 8 or 9 different menu choices? So, again, a student could, in theory, try something different and have, go weeks without eating the same thing. So there is that. And then there are some students that just prefer to eat the same thing day after day after day. So again, we kind of base it on what are the popular items. We offer those more often. The less popular items we do maybe every 2 or 3 weeks. Our current elementary menu is on a 4-week cycle.
You say 4-week cycle?
Yes.
So that's not the menu what they sent it to me, so maybe we can talk about it, how do we improve that. I have another question about the allergy accommodation. How do we accommodate those allergy students? Do we have any signs in there? Because I do know there's some school have some incident. I mean, I'm not gonna say our school, I would say some school, some district has some issue about giving the wrong meal to the student with allergy issue. Because some of the food that we have almost contain, like you just mentioned, most of grains, and then some kids does have a problem with that.
Well, we have our special meal accommodation policy on our website. And anytime we have a parent that wants to submit the form, we ask them to speak with our nutrition specialist, who is an RD. And she kind of reviews the menu with the parent, and allows the parent to make the option of, if you would like us to provide a meal, we will provide a meal for your child that is without any of the allergens, the 8 major allergens. Or we also post all of the allergens that are in our menu items on our website to give the parent the option of working with their student to know what they can and can't have.
How do you prevent it to give the wrong meals to the student?
Well, if the parent is monitoring it, it is then put on the child to know what foods they can and can't eat. Again, we offer a large variety of foods to allow them to make those selections and basically live in the real world of knowing that when I go to somebody's house or I go to a restaurant, I know what I can and can't eat myself. Or if the parent does not want to do that and wants to have us provide them a meal, we will provide them a meal that is without any of those allergens.
You know, I understand the shortage of staff and parents should, educate their own child, but somehow, you know how kids running around busy, not pay attention to the meals they're taking. My concern, can we do something to give them the label or cards to show them they have allergy to certain kind of food, to labeling them, especially the meals because when the kids running and staff is busy and they not pay attention to those allergy issue, and kids could take the wrong meals, and which has had to happen, and I just asking staff if you can prevent it, starting label the food for the student who has allergy issue, accommodate their needs.
Again, we address that on a child-by-child situation. So again, each child is an individual, and it all depends on, again, how the parent is raising the child, what is the age level of the child, what is the parent's comfort level with it. But that's taken out on a individual, each circumstance is a little bit different. So.
Last question, I know I have my colleague who has a lot of questions.
Okay.
The seating, are we in the family style now, or what kind of seating style after this COVID things, pandemic? The seating.
So the sitting, so family-style meals are only done at the preschool level, Head Start and state preschool, because family-style meals is a requirement of the Head Start program. Out at the elementary schools, they're eating out at the lunch table, the same as they were before. But again, that's on a site-by-site basis. That's a principal decision.
I do want to recommend my colleague here, due to the allergy issue, was just looking to the new process, how do we handle the allergy students took the wrong food and caused some kind of life and death threatened there. That's my recommendation here. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Board Member Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Madam President. So, comments, maybe a question. In theory, this is huge, right? Free meals for all students, no kid going hungry, amazing. People really fought hard to make it happen, and I'm proud that we are a district, and every district in California now provides meals to all students regardless. But the reality is that kids are still going hungry, And what I'm hearing is that the two biggest challenges are options and time. I know personally that at the high school, when principals now say that parents can't drop off food, then it forces kids to either go an entire day without eating or have the cafeteria lunch. When you talk about, regular students, they're there 7 hours. When you talk about athletes, some of them are there 10 to 12 hours. So what I'm asking, or, have we considered creative ways? And I don't know if you have the percentage about how many kids are actually eating lunch at the high schools, but I'd be interested in that number. But how do we get to a point where every kid is eating lunch and no kid is going hungry by, again, addressing that issue of time? Kids do not like the idea of standing in a long line for lunch. They don't like it in elementary. They absolutely hate the idea of it at the high school level. And so, again, those are two things that, I don't want to stand in line, or, I don't like the food. Are we having, and what you presented was, I don't see any kid complaining. It sounds like options are not an issue. But is it maybe then the line that prevents them from actually getting to see these options?
If I may answer that, I work at the Cerritos High School, and we are one of the largest fed at lunchtime. We're feeding over 1,000 students. We were pre-COVID, we were feeding about maybe 700, 650, 700. I'd say about 800. But now we're feeding 1,100 now. And I can guarantee you, once my staff got situated, they are being fed in a timely manner. We did have a lot of obstacles to go across because the students were wanting to come into the line, and there were so many of them coming through. We had to put rails up to keep the line moving more smoothly. And after that being said, the meals and options, the students are very creative. With it being the vegetarian, anyone that, if they don't want to have certain items on there, they can omit two things, like on the nachos, we offer all the items on the nachos, the cheese, the meat, and the beans, but they must take at least two of those items onto the nachos. But they'll go and they'll get the jalapenos, the lettuce, the diced onions. I mean, they pile it up. So they're being very creative when it comes to those meals. And they're getting fed in a timely manner at my school level. And we're feeding over 1,000 students now. But it has been a struggle trying to keep the staff and keep it moving forward. And for that being said, we have challenges. But for the meals and my staff, and I've had coaches and I've had teachers and students thanking us that we have changed the menu, and that they've since the box lunches, it's been really open to new items in front of them, so they've been really pleased with the items. And just all the condiments and sides that they can put on there, they're very happy with it. So I don't think we have an issue at my school site for being taking too long in a timely, they're being fed in a timely manner, and they have plenty of time to go out. So if that's happening elsewhere, I don't know where, but at being the high numbers, I think we're doing well.
Right. I think to add to that, if we had 2 lunches, that would make a huge difference. If there were 2, be able to serve half the kids and then half the kids, we would definitely be able to make those lines look shorter. I mean, again, like Judy said, the kids get through the line in about 10 minutes. There is no more of a line left. But again, the question goes to how many of those kids went, that line just looks too long, I don't want to wait in it, and therefore don't eat. But the answer would be 2 lunches, and we would be able to accommodate more of those students. The other issue is, again, it comes down to a spacing issue. I would invite any one of you to come out to see Cerritos High School and be just amazed at what they are able to do with the limited amount of space that they have on campus. I mean, again, it just, there are times that just, Judy and her team just perform magic every day on how do you get this many kids fed with this little space.
And Cerritos is our biggest high school.
Yes.
Cerritos is our biggest high school, so I would be, I know, my child does not attend Cerritos, attends another high school. But I would definitely be interested in seeing some of these being implemented so that, again, we have no child going hungry throughout the school day at any of our schools, middle, elementary, or high schools. Thank you.
Okay, we have Brad Beach, Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually like your comment about splitting up the high school lunches. At Nixon, they went to 4 separate lunches, TK&K, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. It was because of the pandemic. They wanted the kids to sit further apart, but it shortened the lines and made lunch more enjoyable for the kids, so we should entertain that at the high schools, I feel. I tried your chili and salad tonight. I thought it was absolutely delicious. It was homemade, and with the condiments, I think the kids would really like that at the high school level. My 8-year-old daughter, as a matter of fact, complained today about the lunches, and she comes home hungry often, so she's not eating it. And I've volunteered at the school, and I've sampled it and looked at it. You know, when you warm up those plastic bags, things get a little soggy inside. I'm wondering if there's anything we can do to better that process. And I know we don't have full kitchens in all the elementary schools, but I have heard the kids complain, including my daughter, and I'm just wondering if there's any healthier options for the elementary school for lunch. I know we're kind of bound by being able to heat it up on site there, but any ideas you guys can brainstorm amongst the staff, I think would be beneficial, because a lot of kids aren't eating because they don't like it, and that's kind of sad in my opinion. So, thank you, Madam President.
Well, just know that she will have that exact same chili on Thursday. as
Well,
on
that's
the
good.
menu.
I'll tell her to look forward to that. Thank you.
Same chili, same batch.
Next, we have Board Member Onishi.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, I actually got to tour the facilities, and you guys do an amazing job for the amount of resources that you get. How much do you guys get reimbursed for each meal that you put out there?
It's currently $5.32 for a lunch.
And it costs more than that to actually put out a lunch?
We try not to go over that. We try
Right.
very hard to stay within our
But that's your budget to serve our kids, $5. That's it. I mean, I don't know what you can buy for $5 anywhere else, but that's also pretty, and they don't pay a dime for that. And I know that those lines, it's amazing. You think about the labor issues. They get through hundreds of kids in less than an hour. And so I waited in the Tetzlaff line because thinking, oh my gosh, that line is formidably long, but it's fast. You do get through it pretty quickly. I don't know if it's recently has changed or gotten worse, but I know that they do the best they can with the resources they have, with the space resources that they have. You know, our schools weren't designed to feed this many kids, and I think it seems like they're able to do it safely and properly. I do have a little bit of a thing, because I get this all the time. You know, we obviously would like to serve the best for our kids, and of course we want to have organic and everything that we want at home, but in terms of the vegetarian options, I know that there are certain limits, and you have to make sure that you have to not waste food, and that's the critical part, right? I'd love to be able to be culturally sensitive, but also not waste any food. And so I know that being adventurous is very difficult, but at the risk of exposing yourself to a lot of challenges, have you ever thought of a parent committee of maybe some parents that would come and give some input as it relates to some culturally sensitive ways to, or different ways of presenting food or providing different options, different ways of combining the same food?
I haven't, but I'm open to it.
That might be I mean, I know it would be open up maybe a Pandora's box of things, but sometimes when you get a lot of things coming in, then people will understand what the limitations that you have in providing a good product, and you might get a lot more buy-in from parents, maybe not so many kids, unless you have a couple of kids as part of the committee. And then, of course, the kids will promise the best food ever. But anyway, I just want to say thank you for your things, and if you could be more responsive with a committee or maybe surveys, and I know you do surveys. The best survey is actually what food gets eaten, right? That's the #1 best survey, but innovative ways to meet some of the cultural needs of some of the students that are out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have one more question, Sophie? Yeah.
I'm so sorry, because this is how I see it. I went to Mary Brett, and I tell you the board member is correct. If you just only taste the food one time or two times, they taste terrific. I tried the cheese bread, and I tried the hot dog. it was delicious to me. I say, oh my God, it was so good. But I can't imagine how kids are repeating had the same meals, and that's kind of discouraged them. And I was on the side watching some of the kids just threw the trash can. Such a waste. We have a lot of waste in our district, and I really wish we can see like more than trying to do the 4 weeks different meals if we can. About the line, I was there watching it. It was so busy, and we're short-staffed that day. So the principal was there, and I was there helping them passing the tray. And I think board member Nishi said it very correctly. So we have to get parents involved. Now pandemic's not really over, but maybe we can have some parents to get involved. I know we used to be refused parents to get involved to help, but maybe this time we should count on them. I was there, Cerritos High School. I don't know what other board member. I was there watching, and the line was so long waiting to get meals. Some kids, just like you said, no, too long. I'm not gonna. By the time I wait to get my food, it's time for me to get back to the classroom. So I don't know how it's changed or not, because according to what our staff just say, it wasn't like that. But I was not what I saw at the time when I do my observation there. Like I said again, my concern is meal need to be a little bit different, not every week the same. It must be have 4 weeks different meals in there, so kind of help the kids. Recruiting by the time the 4 weeks back, this first week again is another meal. Kids will be attract them instead of they're hungry and go home to eat. It doesn't really help them study during the daytime in school.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Ernie.
So really quick, so I understand that they have the same food all the time, but some kids like pizza a lot. And in what I love variety, but I think that you have a lot of challenges, right? It looks like, oh my gosh, how can they have pizza every day? But that's what sells. Some kids love hamburgers all the time, so long as it meets the FDA. The key thing is not wasting our food, right? Because if they don't get what they like, they're not going to order it, and we're going to have food wasted out there.
You can't just look in certain group. You have to oversee entire students.
Understood. I'm just saying that they have challenges in terms of their budget. I remember going to their facilities and thinking, oh, why? How can you? In fact, somebody told me they had pizza every single day. Oh my gosh, how can they have that? But I'm like, but I found out when I visited their facilities, no, that's the demand. This is the bell curve of what the food's being offered. So
overstimulation could cause less. Sorry,
thank you.
Thanks.
That's it. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. And I think that Maureen brought up a very important point, which is the facility. And because we are going through the modernization, I'd like to recommend to the board and to our interim superintendent to give direction to have a like an ad hoc committee, because when was the last time we looked at the facility?
There was an ad hoc committee for nutrition services, I believe my second year here at the district, which was 7-8.
2007-8.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's about time. And then also the cost efficiency of the food. How much was the budget before pandemic per lunch?
I want to say it was about $3.35 a lunch.
That is the answer to the improvement of the food. Because I think that when I tasted it last week, it was much better than before pandemic. So it's improved a lot. And I think that I've heard from other people that there's been less complaint. However, think about it, $3 now, their budget is like over $5, which is great. However, I know that I've heard some comments about wasting the milk and drinks. So I think that if we have an ad hoc committee and have parents who are more creative, who are brighter, come together with our staff to come up with a cost-efficient solution, and also eating time too. Because of the late start time for the high school students, I know that their lunch hours are cut short. And that's one of the reasons why students cannot eat lunch. So can I have a consensus? Come on. And the board? What do you guys think?
it's not on the agenda.
Yeah.
So maybe we could put
Not
it,
now, but think about it.
maybe we could have an
Yeah.
information item on the next
Yeah,
agenda
sure.
with money.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Okay, sure. All right, let's move on. Next, we have Mrs. Carol Castro, Assistant Superintendent, Academic Services. Thank you, Maureen.
As a former secondary high school teacher, I must say I feel like that teacher with fifth period that has to go after lunch. That presentation made me really hungry, so thank you, Maureen. Good evening, Board President Yu, Vice President Beach, Clerk Dr. Eugenio, board members, and our interim superintendent, Tuan Nguyen. I'm here to present to you the CAS data overview and academic supports for math. As you know, on October 4th, I presented the information on our English language arts score. And then on October 24th, the state released their statewide assessments in both English language arts and math, and you'll see some of those scores in our presentation today. Before I officially get started, I just want to acknowledge our team that is here once again with us this evening, and that includes Dr. Christina Wise, Secondary Curriculum Director, who's going to be part of our presentation, Audrey Rios, Dana Coleman, Nereda Armenta Gomez, Triana Marbury, Trina King, and Lena Bradshaw, who's actually been on the state committee representing teachers across the state in the development and review of the math frameworks. From our elementary curriculum team, we have Dr. Beth Bray, Director of Elementary Curriculum, Natalie Navarro, Jenny Hernandez, Amber Prieto, Michelle Joyce. And Amber Prieto is a new addition to our team this year as she is directly the point person for elementary supports for mathematics. And also we have our Director of Special Programs and Child Development, Dr. Evelyn Ha, as you will hear how ABC Excels, our after-school program, is an important part of our math supports. As with any presentation, we want to make sure we remind all of us that we are looking at an integrated multi-tiered system of support that not only looks at student academics, but social, emotional, and safety. And we want to acknowledge that although these assessment results are important, they're only one measure of a student's progress, and that we look at multiple measures across the district when we're analyzing how our students are progressing in math. As we saw last time, there were three main questions, but with this presentation, we have a fourth question we've added, and that is, what other data do we need to help measure student progress? You'll see that we took a little bit of a different approach with looking at this math assessment results because math is a little different than English language arts. English language arts skills are progressive. They build over the years. Math skills requires building blocks, almost like steps, if you will, or staircase, that earlier learning does impact or affect later years in learning in the complexity and depth of mathematics. So here are our results. You can see here, these are our spring 2022 math results. Overall, 49% of our students met or exceeded standards on the California assessment, with about 36% for low income. And then you again see the yellow bars at the bottom indicate the greatest drop in scores, which is for our English learner, foster youth, and homeless students. This now compares our assessment results to the state. So in blue is ABC Unified's results, as in the green is this California state results. You can see that ABC Unified outscores in almost every area the state results, with the state results being 33% meeting or exceeding standards as compared to ABC with 49%. You can see also that the state saw some great decreases with English learner, foster youth, and homeless. And our homeless student population is an area of need or support for us, as we scored 13% as opposed to the state that scored 16%. As we did with previous presentations, we want to just provide you a preview of what was then and now. So pre-pandemic in 2019 to current scores of 2022. So you can see here in 2019 in the darker green, we have 40, overall the state was at 40%, and there was about a 7% drop to our current scores of 2022 with 33%. And then you could see some of the changes there with the other subgroup areas. Now we do the same for ABC Unified. In 2019, the lighter blue, we were at 55% met or exceeded. And then the darker blue, which is at 49%, which is the recent scores, and that's about a 6% drop. You can see that our greatest decrease in scores was our English learner population as well as our homeless student population. At this point, I just want to take a minute to kind of remind us about the importance of literacy in math for students. So the last presentation, we talked a lot about English learner supports and the importance of reclassifying our students. And let me explain a little bit further why. A reclassified student who is formerly an English learner student who has met English proficiency has to achieve the highest level on the English learner assessments, as well as show strong literacy skills in the California state assessments or comparable local assessments, have a teacher evaluation, and parent input. So in the next slide, what you see here is in the dark purple, is how our reclassified students scored on the math assessments. And you can see that in all areas, reclassified students outscored not only our English learner population, but our overall population. So for example, in third grade, you see 88%, then 80% in fourth grade, 62% in fifth grade, 71% in sixth grade, and so on. So that leads us again to think about the importance of literacy and ensuring those supports in English language arts skills to help support the math skills. When we took a look at this chart, I want to call your attention to the fact that you see a little bit of a dip in fifth grade, and then you see it around seventh and eighth grade by grade level. So that we looked at the scores again by grade level for the district, and we can see that trend. In third grade at 59%, you see a little bit of a dip in fifth grade, goes back up, and then it goes down in seventh and a little slightly up in eighth, and then it flattens out in the 11th grade there. So that makes us wonder and think about what further data do we need to explore and what further questions may come up and who do we ask those questions of? Like, do we talk to the teachers, do we talk to students, etc.? So this makes us think about, is this also happening across the state or is this just an ABC situation? So we looked at the state scores and you can see there the trend is pretty much the same with the state. They have a dip in fifth grade, it goes up just a slight bit in seventh grade, then goes back down. So similar trends to our current scores. So then, of course, we think about, well, were these trends happening prior to the pandemic? So here you'll see 2019 in comparison to 2022, and again, the same trend occurred. There was a dip prior to the pandemic in fifth grade, with slight dips in seventh, and then going back up in eighth grade. The reason why you see seventh and eighth grade highlighted in yellow on this chart is because it is different than the previous trend where it slightly went up and then back down again. So that's something to think about. And it makes us wonder and ask questions about how does this connect it to the issues possibly in fifth grade? What specific standards are being taught in fifth grade that students may be struggling with? Is it something with the development? Is it a developmental stage issue? Is it about that that's the year that students not only take the math assessment and English assessment, but now they also have to take a science assessment and they take a physical fitness test? So there's a lot of different things to explore in that area. And so that's why I'm saying we're going to be looking at more data and we're going to be asking more questions around this area. We also saw the drop in seventh grade scores and wonder if that was related pre-pandemic to the fifth grade. So I can say that personally because my daughter was in fifth grade when the pandemic hit, and she had interrupted time, which she had to leave in March. So those students scored in seventh grade now, and that's where you see the 45%. So if historically there were challenges in fifth grade, is that connected to what we see happening now at seventh grade? So is that really an issue of the learning gap? And then what additional data do we need to really examine our root causes as to why these things are happening? Do we need more longitudinal data? Do we need greater teacher input on as to what they think is happening with students at those developmental stages, and particularly upper grades in elementary and in middle school? So in order to look at this comprehensively, we are going to be introducing our Math Steps program. And in our Math Steps program, of course, everything stands for something in education. So the steps do stand for something different, and that's what our team is going to be presenting on today. S is for the support through our multi-tiered systems. T is for teacher input and support with professional learning. E is for our enrichment summer programs to prepare students for math. P is preparing for that California framework and textbook adoption. And S is for sustaining those alignments with math practices. And to present this next information, I'm going to hand it over to our directors of elementary and secondary curriculum.
Thank you so much, and good evening to President Yu, Vice President Beach, Clerk Eugenio, esteemed members of the cabinet and of the board and our cabinet and community Interim Superintendent Nguyen. Cannot forget you. We are pleased to be able to talk to you about our steps for math that will lead to success in math. So we're going to start with the first S in steps, and that is the support through multi-tiered systems of support with interventions. Some of these happen in both elementary and in secondary, and so here we're going to see that the elementary and middle schools will have access to in-person tutoring, after school provided by the ABC Excels, or site-based teacher support. And as Mrs. Castro said earlier, Dr. Ha is here supporting this program as well. She's done a lot of work to get the tutoring ready to go. Talked with elementary principals today about starting the process and getting it ready to launch for sure by January. For elementary specifically, we do have some steps that we follow for the interventions, along with a strong basic program that the teachers implement every day in math. There are also some additional practice things that are ready that are for students and parents can access. One of them is called Practice Buddy, and also the Savvy Adaptive Practice. Those are both embedded into our math program and are available to students every day. And the Freckle Math is an additional resource that we purchased that is a computer adapted program that meets students where their needs are and assists them. That also the teachers are able to direct targeted lessons towards students depending on what their needs are in that Freckle Math program.
Thank you, Beth. Good evening, Board President Yu, Vice President Beach, interim, to our distinguished board, as well as our interim superintendent, our distinguished cabinet. I'm so excited to be here and represent secondary. So Lena's behind us. She's the expert for secondary, so I'm going to do my best. She's going to be grading me tonight. We're very proud to think about math because we know as secondary it is a priority for us in schools. We know that mathematics is the gatekeeper for students moving beyond to college and career. That being said, secondary schools provides a plethora of interventions in math at 0 period, during lunchtime, as well as after school. We even have in-person and online interventions for students where they can actually call their teachers in the evening times that teachers have arranged at some of our schools. No matter what schools call them, we have many different names in secondary, from homework helpers to power hours and math clubs. Each one of these specific titles are not indicative of the work that they're doing. I want to make sure that we recognize that all schools have prioritized and targeted math supports for each of our students in each of our schools. I am most excited about this new concept for secondary. We've had lots of discussions about what we think will be best, and so secondary is excited to integrate math coaches to each of our secondary Title I schools. Using data, the coaches will be able to work with teachers to support instructional programs in the classroom, as well as use data to determine actions for students in intervention. So we're very excited about this opportunity to hire 5 new math coaches at our Title I sites. And that's our S. We'll move to our T. I'm a former cheerleader, so I love these letters.
The T stands for teacher input and support with professional learning. So this is an integral part of our jobs, both of us as directors of curriculum and professional learning. And I have to stop right now and say our team members are here supporting us today, and they really are the boots on the ground, and I'd just like to take a minute for them to stand to be recognized. We have most of the secondary and elementary teams with us. Please stand. Thank you so much. We could do none of these steps without the hard work of them every single day and working directly with teachers to help students. So for the T, elementary and secondary, we have these wonderful coaches that work on supporting instruction, data analysis, making sure that the Tier 1, the classroom instruction every day is strong. We are also working on input surveys in regard to specific areas of needs for math. We have heard, we see the data, and we have heard from teachers, and we are investigating the best ways to provide specific training for teachers in the district. For elementary teachers, we do have an upgraded math program this year. Because of the cycle of adoption, we had to upgrade. It's our same program, upgraded a bit. It is a bit more rigorous, and we have been spending a lot of time training teachers on the new program. So we've done some implementation trainings, and we've done some follow-up trainings, and we are going to continue working with teachers throughout the year to make sure that they are getting the most out of the new program. A lot of differentiated support is built into the materials, and we want to make sure that we're using all of those to support students. Also, we are training teachers on the new program that we purchased, Freckle Math, so that the teachers can use that, again, at its fullest potential, both for students to practice on their own, computer adaptive, and for teacher-directed instruction. And we have a partnership with West Ed, and we have 8 of our elementary schools participating in teacher practice teams, where the teachers are looking and examining their own practices, picking an ideal situation that they would like to work towards, looking at data of their own students, working with teachers in their school, and analyzing the data and making an improvement plan to target a specific action. And we started this last year with a few schools, and they were very successful. And so we have added some schools this year, and so now we currently have 8 schools participating in that project.
For secondary will continue to work with ALEX. ALEX stands for Assessments and Learning in Knowledge Spaces. ALEX is a web-based program that focuses on what students know, what they don't know, and what they are ready to learn. This training began for us last year and is designed for our 7th, 8th, and 9th grade teachers. Using ALEX, we are able to set independent pathways as well as set targeted learning plans for students. This training has been well received by our staff. Secondly, we are in the process of planning for the next adoption. We have convened committees to prepare for this work. Tonight, I'm going to highlight Data Science Committee. Although we are waiting the state to publish the framework, we, as a committee, are currently working to really review the data, review curriculum, and pacing guides to develop a data science pathway in our mathematics program. More information regarding data science to come. Last but not least, Carnegie is our adopted math program, and we continue to provide updates to the program and training for all of our teachers, including some of the summer training and the work we do ongoing throughout the school year. And that is our T.
And on to E, enrichment summer programs to prepare students for math. So this last summer, we're actually working with you all. We added some programs in the summer that really were able to reach out to many, many students. I was looking at that data today. Over 600 students participated in the 2 programs that we ran, meaning potentially 1,200 students in elementary school. So for preparation, we were trying to prepare the students for the upcoming school year in all 3 areas, actually, in elementary schools, middle school, and high school Math 1. So there was a preparation portion. There was also, we ran a math review in elementary. We used to call it Jump Start. We used to run it right before school started. That was why it was called Jump Start. But with the changes of the calendar recently, we have not been able to run it in that way. So we've been attaching it to our summer school that happens right after school gets out. So the math review lasted 2 weeks, focused on the previous year's standards. So we were reviewing last year. And then we moved on to preparing them for the standards that were coming up. also adding quite a bit of STEM-focused enrichment activities. So they were working on math and science, but they were having fun doing it. So they were still reviewing and getting ready for the standards to come, but they were doing it in a project-based way. So we had the coding camp, and we also had math science running. But we did have a targeted math enrichment program that ran specifically on math standards for the upcoming year as well.
And secondary mathematics is the gatekeeper. Kids that, based on your math placement levels, is what will be open in terms of UC and Cal State. And so we spend much of our time enriching and creating interventions for our students so we make sure that they have doors of opportunity. If we look at what we have listed here, we have Math 8, 7th, and Math 1 supports in the classroom. We use Language Excels, which is a math program for EL that teaches really language acquisition in our math program. We continue with credit recovery in our Edmentum program. We continue to accelerate math by giving students opportunity to accelerate their math programs during our summer bridge programs. We have a dual enrollment agreement with Cerritos College where we allow for pre-calculus. And one of the best things that our kids always get in our Title I schools is a calculus camp. It is amazing to see I can talk about Mr. Alfie's class directly to look at how well they are doing in calculus because of calculus camp and all the teachers that work to prepare calculus camp, and that's at Artesia and Gar High School. So very proud of the work that they're doing to recover and enrich our program in mathematics. So we're going to get to our P. And this is really preparing for the framework for a California adoption. COVID pushed back the adoption process for mathematics. This slide is a projection that we anticipate for our next textbook adoption for ABC. These actual dates will be prescribed by the state, so we'll give updates when that information comes. In the meantime, here is a little bit about the process. So in 2021, we have a draft of our framework release. In 2022, it becomes open for public review. In 2023, the board is going to take action, so that's where we're looking for right now for what action that's going to take place, so that we can begin the process of textbook adoption in 2025. But again, these dates are going to be predicated on what the state decides in this timeline.
And the last S.
And that's our P.
Oh, that's our P. And the last S. The last S is sustaining the mathematical practice standards. This was the big shift when we shifted to Common Core, or the California Common Core standards. These 8 mathematical practices are the overriding practices for math for all of the students. So no matter what course they're taking, no matter what grade level, they're working on these 8 practices. So you can see there's 2 overarching practices: making sense of problems, persevering in solving them, and using precision to solve problems. So that old adage that they just have to do the problem, they don't have to get it right, that is not correct, as you can see right here. They must attend to precision. And then the others practices are in categories: reasoning abstractly and quantitatively, constructing viable arguments and critiquing the reasoning of others. Also, to model with mathematics and use the appropriate tools to solve a problem. And lastly, the last category is to look and make sense of structure and look for and express regularity in repeated reasoning. So these are the practices that the kids use to really solve real world problems and not just use computation and memorize facts, but to be able to actually use the math they learn in a real world way. And that is our STEPS program that we are going to use to help us be successful in math this year and to really help the kids to make up for any gaps that they may have had that when they were away. We know that the parents did have trouble helping their students, and this is something that we've been taking a close look at and will be doing as much as we can to support both teachers and parents and students.
Thank you to Dr. Bray and Dr. Wise for that presentation. Both these initiatives of literacy and math are being led by both of them. We appreciate their hard work and their support, and as you can tell from this detailed presentation, that a lot of comprehensive thinking goes into this. There's not just one way to attack a math problem, and so therefore there's not just one way to look at this issue. And so we look at it comprehensively with the support of our entire team and partnership with our school sites and our teachers. We open up for any questions.
Board Member Sophia Say.
Beth and Dr. Weiss, how are you? I have one question regarding the page 18, talk about math. Has that also, at first I want to thank you, teacher, to get involved and, to brought this attention to us in especially on math things. I'm not good at math, my husband's really good, so my kids follow my husband. But the issues I do know, Cerritos College, they also have so-called dual program enrollment there. Are we also linked with them too? Because when they are, I believe in middle school, they can also go into the college, gain the credit, and that will kind of add in the extra credit from there to transfer to either UC system or CSU or out of the state. Because I do know some kind of, it's a trick there. Some of the program provided by Cerritos College may not able to transfer to out of the state college. And I also aware that AB 1111 and AB 928 could make some changes. But are we pay attention on that matter?
Absolutely. One of the things I'm most proud of, Carol has given us an excellent opportunity here in academic services, in particular for secondary schools. Not only do we focus our work on academics, but we pair that with the counseling aspects. So now that on this side of the house, we have not only academics, but CTE. Sasha Leonardo leads our work with dual enrollment, not only for CTE, but also with counseling and academics. Triana and Narita are here as well as we talk about our EL supports. But they work directly with how our courses are coded to make sure that our kids are getting the appropriate credits for what we have a CAP agreement with in terms of dual enrollment at Cerritos College.
Got it. Thank you.
We're very proud of our relationship with Cerritos College and very fortunate to be able to work with them to offer that for our students.
Next, we have Board Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to start by thanking Dr. Wise and Dr. Bray and your staff for doing excellent work here. My daughter, my youngest one, fell behind during the pandemic. She was in first grade, and it was hard for her to concentrate on the screen, so I can directly relate to what's happening here. I think we do need to spend one-time monies focused on math and offer summer school to all students that want to take it to improve them. And I really wish this calculus camp was there when I was in high school, because I got my lowest grade in calculus as a senior, and I could have used this. So thank you for doing it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. A few things that I'm concerned with we started with Common Core and then went into integrated math, and we're having another shift in the framework, correct? In 2023?
The frameworks are adopted again, and so that just means that there's a committee of math teachers and educators across the state that review the standards and see if there's any updates or changes that need to be made. At this point, if you look at the draft frameworks, the recommendations are more along the lines of recommending changes to coursework and not necessarily major changes to the recommendations of the standards. The standards are still recommended that students take integrated math courses as they move into secondary. And so we are taking a look in closer detail at what some of those changes are so we can prepare our staff for that.
Okay.
But it's not another huge shift, I would say.
Okay, that's good to hear. I think I would like to recommend that from the community, what I've heard was the difficulty of going from elementary school and primary school to middle school to high school, there's some gaps. And I think that it would be great to use the summer to really enrich, and I was really glad to hear that we're going to have in-person summer school. And as we discussed before about possibility of looking into like programs outside of ABC, because sometimes, teachers are tired, right? So, but have a really intensive math program where we can really catch the kids up. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your work. Yeah.
Thank you.
Board Member Ninishi?
Just really quick question. So in terms of this program, great idea to do all this. How much is it going to be for the specific math programs that we're putting in from the ESSER funds?
I could take that question. I can
Yes.
provide you in our weekly notes cost analysis. Some of these funds have been expended already because they were prior years, ESSER 1 being one of the additional funds where we purchased Alex and Freckle. And so I can give you a breakdown specifically of some of those programs. Other programs, they're the supplemental that comes with your curriculum. So the publishers have done a really good job, especially because a lot of these programs are online, of expanding their intervention supports online free of charge to many of our programs, and so we're taking advantage of that and using some of those programs as well.
Okay, yeah, so I'd like to thank you for the efforts that you've done, particularly at Cerritos High School where, the scores have done pretty well. But in terms of the metrics that we're going to use to determine the success of this, what kind of metrics are we going to be saying this is a success, or whether we need to change gears in terms of the scoring in the upcoming years that we have this program? So this is for this year.
Right.
And then for a couple of years later on, but if this, education, not everything always works the way we always want to have it go. What are some of our metrics that will say this is working great, or this is maybe go left?
So we'll definitely look at our state summative assessments, but also during the school year, we provide at least 2 district benchmarks, which is our local assessments that have been every year that we do at the elementary, middle school, and high school level at every single grade level. That gives you like a progress as to where they are at that point in the year and if they're making progress towards the standards. So that helps us to see if these programs are working. We also look at teacher input surveys to hear from our teachers if they feel like it's making a difference in the classroom for them and the resources that they need to provide support for our students.
Right. Do you have like a target that you want to actually hit specifically?
Yeah, there's specific targets, especially aligned with our local control accountability plan, which generally requires us to set certain SMART goals every year.
Okay, so the targets will be based upon a certain percentage, and we can get that maybe in Thursday notes as to
Yes.
what achievement levels we're seeking, what we determine will be success, and all that other fun stuff.
Yes.
Because, if we need to know when do you need to switch gears, it's great to say it's great, and it's a good plan. But then somewhere along the line, we need to assess and make sure it continues on that way, or change gears. Thank you, that's all.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of regular meeting of may I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of November 1st?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of October 18th?
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have my report, President's report, and I'd like to welcome everyone, and those who are sitting outside, you guys are welcome to come inside and sit. Thank you for coming out this evening to share your concerns. It's been a year since I had to address the public regarding the false accusation and attack on Sue Yu as a racist. And today, again, the Los Cerritos newspaper's article on 28th and the attack campaign smear from my state assembly opponent all aligns with Sue Yu as a racist, homophobic, xenophobic, based on absolutely nothing and fabricated info, false news. Our family immigrated in 1974, and my oldest sister was in the 7th grade. She cried every day for more than a month because she did not speak English and was thrown into a totally foreign environment. We all experienced fear and stress as an immigrant. From that experience, when I was in high school, I offered to translate and help many friends who just arrived from Korea transition because I know the fear and obstacles of coming to a new environment. I grew up in the heart of LA and struggled as an immigrant family, financially and socially. My parents worked at garment industry, sewing factories, painting and cleaning offices. And I helped them with all these different works after school and during summer. How does this make me a racist? Having the first-hand experience of inner city life, which was all of my childhood, We can agree to disagree. That's democracy, not one-party total power. Attack on me as racist against Latinos. Please listen to last year's board comments on December 7th, 2021. You will know the truth. My entire life since I was 13 years old, when I came to know Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, until now, which is 56 years old, have been dedicated to serving children and seniors. I kept up my Spanish because I received the calling to be missionary to South America after college. I have wept with so many moms whose children were struggling with addiction and depression and combating this social media culture. I spent thousands of hours with parents. I spent my entire life doing that. Today, the issues we are faced with is not race, is not diversity, and it's not abortion. You know, California is a sanctuary state. We're beyond this. Since the false accusation and taking my words out of context and using the race card again to frame me as a racist, and last year, exactly around this time, I have learned and studied deeply. 1 year. So I'm not new at this anymore. And realized that our state is failing the next generation because this government is pushing far-left agendas of race and gender issues and intervening with parental rights.
Excuse me,
I
Board
could not
President.
understand. Stop. I cannot understand how such laws pass. It does not make sense. Am I the crazy one? And I was also intimidated with the cancel culture because I experienced it firsthand. Like, if you don't agree with the government agenda, then you are racist. Each of us have freedom to disagree. And in my opinion, this does not benefit our students. And I learned the majority of the people that I interacted during this past year, they don't agree. And attack me all you want, but do not pump hate and division. Riots have destroyed inner cities, not suburbs. I weep with the leaders of these communities. Stop. We are not minority in California anymore. Latinos and Asians, together we make up more than 60%, 62%. We need to make everyone work for your vote. And this is our right as a citizen of this great nation. And we have to resolve and clean up the mess together. The press and newspapers, social media, especially Facebook, are responsible for the chaos in our community. We as community must research the truth and not join the gossips. We owe it to our next generation. Whatever direction California turns, we are all responsible. We need to join hands to solve inflation, drugs, our children. We have opioid overdose, fentanyl overdose crisis. These are the things we need to talk about. The increase in gang activity in our high schools. And education. California is at the bottom, although our district is way above the state standards, which I'm very thankful to our district and everyone, parents in the community. We need to focus on academics, core subjects, math, English, science, arts, sports, music. We need to stop the nonsense of blame shifting, pointing fingers, and politicizing and act like adults. These are the issues we must address and solve together. Finally, I want to thank the entire ABC community for all of your dedication during the pandemic, for your efforts to keep the schools open. We did the right thing together. And despite the challenges of dealing with the Sacramento laws and policies that ties your hands, I know that you get blamed for the policies from Sacramento. I know you're doing your best with the system we have, but please listen to the parents. To all the moms, dads, and grandparents and guardians, you have the right to know what your children learn, values, and you have the medical decisions. Every life is precious, and there is no one who will love and care for a child like parents. And finally, I want to bring to your attention the community news on October 28th. Sue Yu posts racist, homophobic rants on social media. In a series of desperate Facebook posts, ABCUSD president of the board and 67th Assembly candidate Sue Yu unleashed a torrent of racist, transphobic, bigoted, xenophobic rants that could get the Cerritos resident censured by the ABCUSD board or asked to resign. In one post, Ms. Yu went so far as to accuse California of allowing women to have abortions at 40 weeks. These are lies, false witness, stirring up conflict in the community. And this goes against everything about Sue Yu. And it goes on, if our taxes pay for out-of-state abortions, if babies can be murdered up to 40 weeks after conception, you and I are responsible. Please stand with me in this war against humanity. I mean, don't I have a freedom to value life? That's my choice and my decision. Amen. In the same post, she clearly demonstrated her transphobic views. You are responsible for sinking California. I know that this may be hard to hear, but it is the truth. If our community starts to pouring out transgenders, in another post, you advocated for book banning. In the name of equity and diversity, our children are being exposed to promiscuous curriculum brought on by the leftist agenda. We need to reform California and make it great once again. Well, that's my opinion, once again. You even posted about Arizona's several times debunked claim that the 2020 election was stolen. Stand with me on protecting the innocence of our children by voting, blah, 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 which I never quoted. Where does that come from? And in another rant, you alleged California is teaching sex education to young kids. Protecting our children should never be controversial. This isn't about politics. It's about protecting our children. Our children are being brainwashed with promiscuous, inappropriate, and gender confusion sexual education. This is not the first time Ms. Yu has expressed her racist views. Months ago, she attended a meeting in Cerritos promoted by the Cerritos Republican Club that boasted Proud Boys supporting racist, transphobic Gracie Vandermark. And Gracie Vandermark, that was the first day I met her. So again, false information. And I later learned why people hated Gracie was because she was involved in a Huntington Beach politics with one of our Cerritos, one of the teachers in ABC. So I don't want to mention the school name, but don't bring Huntington Beach politics to our city. And I met her for the first time. So I wanted to bring this up because as a board president, that if I'm a racist, that's a real problem. But I know that I thought I took care of this last year in December 7th, but this was brought up again through the local newspaper. So I had to bring this up. So thank you for your time, and thanks to Brian Hughes for giving me the publicity. Thank you very much. That is the end of my report. Next, we're going to have a student board representative, Amy Ginatra and Megan Lee of Whitney High School. Go ahead.
Good evening, President Suyu, Vice President Beach, members of the board. Good evening, President Suyu, Vice President Beach, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Nguyen, Cabinet, and community. My name is Amy Ganatra, and I proudly serve Whitney High School ASB as ASB Treasurer.
My name is Megan Lee. I serve as ASB Secretary, and we are here speaking on behalf of Whitney High School to present our events and activities from the first quarter. Whitney High School's Associated Student Council has organized a variety of events with the intention of boosting school morale and promoting unity among our students.
On August 19th, ASB held our in-person new student orientation for incoming 7th graders to help familiarize them with the campus and learn about the different academic, athletic, and extracurricular opportunities offered at our school.
We also held our first in-person dance of the year, which was the Hello Dance on September 16th. This was our way of welcoming the student body to a new school year, along with our new 7th graders into the Whitney community. The title was Last Friday Night, and we had our first annual lip sync contest in 2 years. In this event, all grade levels, along with faculty, danced to songs of a pop icon of their choice to compete for the prestigious lip sync trophy. The seniors took home the trophy this year after a stunning performance of Bruno Mars's Greatest Hits, which was so wonderful to watch and brought the campus closer together.
In addition, Whitney High School is known for a wide variety of clubs on campus to make the student body feel welcome. They also engage our Wildcats in pursuing their interests and future career paths. Examples include our Business and Economics Initiative, Arts to Cure, Future Advocates of Medicine, Robotics, STEM Club, and Cyber Patriots. We also have a wide variety of cultural clubs on campus, as Whitney promotes inclusivity and strives for the students not only to be able to learn about other cultures, but feel a closer connection to their own culture as well.
Last week, we had our Red Ribbon Week, which took place from October 24th through October 29th. This year, our leadership team wanted to place an emphasis on the dangers of drug abuse and the impact it has on our youth. Therefore, rather than taking a comical approach with Spirit Days, we focused on the main message of the week itself by having a speaker assembly and showing a video about fentanyl with efforts to spread awareness about the lethal drug. We also had a letter writing activity in which the entire student body was invited to write messages to those affected by drug abuse, offering our words of compassion and hope for a better future.
In addition to the school-wide events that have occurred over the past few weeks, our class cabinets are also in the process of planning activities for their classmates to engage in. Seeing that Whitney itself is an academically rigorous school, our administration and student body strives to ensure that the students are having fun aside from their academics. The 7th graders recently participated in ASB elections to select 4 individuals to represent their class in student government. The 8th graders are currently fundraising for their 8th grade dance, which is scheduled to take place in the spring, and are looking into planning a winter movie night to support fundraising. The freshmen are planning to have a winter activity at John's Incredible Pizza, with the efforts to fundraise for their class and the Sadie's dance, which they're also helping to plan.
The sophomore students are fundraising for our Sadie's dance, which is scheduled to take place in February and will hold a first quarter ice skating activity for their class. The juniors are working on fundraising for their class as well as prom and had their first quarter activity at Dave & Buster's. Our wonderful seniors have already had their senior sunrise, distributed senior merchandise, and are planning for larger scale activities for the second semester.
As for future events, we are in the process of planning for Fall Festival and our school's Winter Formal, which is a high school dance and is one of the many efforts that our student body and administration make to provide students with a memorable high school experience.
As with our numerous spirit-filled school and club events, Whitney High School strives for excellence in our academic and athletic domains as well. Our after-school tutoring program, facilitated by juniors and seniors, allows for older and more experienced students to help younger students in whatever subjects they require assistance with, ranging from algebra to biology. We also engage ourselves in various competitions that allow Whitney students to pursue their interests and further develop their problem-solving capabilities. We boast an active Science Olympiad team and Japanese Quiz Bowl team, where Olympiad students engage in STEM competitions ranging from crime busting to meteorology, and Japanese Quiz Bowl members participate in events that test their knowledge on language and culture. Whitney High School also puts a great emphasis on giving back to our community and the world. Whitney's UNICEF Club recently hosted a trick-or-treat fundraiser to raise money for the distribution of vaccines and hygiene products for families in poverty in third world countries.
Our sports teams have had a wonderful fall season, with teams advancing into CIF finals and holding the title of league champions. Whitney Tennis has now become a Division II sport. This further exemplifies how we are continuously striving to be involved in a wide variety of activities and extracurriculars, aside from academics.
Lastly, one of the main focuses of our student body and administration is our emphasis on inclusivity and diversity within our wide range of students. This is a WASC accreditation year for Whitney, and CCAJ is a part of our self-study goals. Therefore, we would like to thank the board for their continued support of CCAJ training, in which our students are continuously learning how to maintain a more inclusive campus and be mindful of their words and actions.
We would like to thank the board for their continuous efforts in supporting our programs, our students, and our Whitney community as a whole. It is because of your support that we are able to progress as the #1 school in the nation, and allow our students to gain a greater exposure to their career aspirations and interests. Thank you, board members, for your time and dedication in keeping our students educated and protected.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you for your wonderful report.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Now, we have a report from our interim superintendent. Tuan Yu. Tuan? Okay.
Can I ask questions of the?
There, you should have done it. I was
Ah.
looking, yeah.
I just want to say that they're great. This is the reason we're on the school board, for kids like that and the things that they do.
I
And
was looking.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I just, I was a little
Faster.
slow on the button, but like I said, those kids are great, and that's why we're here, to
Okay.
support their success and good kids.
Thank you, Madam President. In the interest of time, and since we have many public speakers cards, I will skip my report tonight.
Thank you. Okay. Dr. Eugenio, public comments? Oh, employee representative, sorry. Okay, okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam President. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in a silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each, and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. Madam President, currently we have 20 comments. More than likely, we will be going over the 1 hour allotted time. First speaker, we have Samuel Padachi.
Good evening, board members and community members. I'm here today because I'm a caring Cerritos resident. I grew up in this town. I live here now as a homeowner, and I went to ABC schools. They were great back then. They're great now. And the people in this room are the folks that have made it that way. And I want to express my thanks to all of you. I'm also here tonight because the president of this board has been maligned by a member of the press. And a lot of flat-out falsehoods have been printed. I urge the community members here tonight, please do not let this person do your thinking for you. We already have a nation full of people, and I don't especially care for Tucker Carlson of Fox News, and I don't like Rachel Maddow over on the other side of the political aisle. But too many people watch these folks every night and believe what they say to be the gospel truth. No one ever stops to think, why are they saying these things? Could it be just to get ratings so that their advertisers will sell more products and they'll make more money? We have a microcosm of that here in Cerritos. Dr. Rios, I'm going to pick on you a little bit because you wore a really pretty blouse tonight. And that blouse on you, you are just drop dead gorgeous. Tomorrow, or the next edition rather, of the Hughes News is going to feature a white supremacist racist saying drop dead to a Hispanic board member. I worked 15 years in the newspaper industry. And this man's publication, no self-respecting dead fish would allow itself to be wrapped in it.
3
Enough
minutes.
bad stuff. I also want to thank you for making Sue Yu the president of your board. She's a great gal. I've gotten to know her working on her assembly campaign, and quite honestly, I got nothing but respect for anybody who will come in here and make sure that the kids that are in our schools are going to be responsible citizens. The quickest way out of poverty is education, and they're providing that path. And not only that, she's got all kinds of kids in her tutoring service that are going to get out of poverty and become tomorrow's leaders. These are the folks that are going to be running things when we're sitting in wheelchairs drooling on ourselves. Friends, that's an important job. And I think that Sue has made an awesome contribution in that area. And I'm looking forward to you going up and straightening out Sacramento. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time.
Next speaker, we have Mel Cortez.
Good evening, board members. This is starting to sound like a campaign. Last year, 2 elected officials made some racist comments about black people and Latinos. In one case, her elected colleagues asked her to resign as soon as they found out this year. They were outraged and immediately asked her to resign. In another case, 3 of her colleagues made a person that made the racist comments about black people and Latinos. They made her president of this board. Nori Martinez in Los Angeles resigned with shame after her elected colleagues demanded to resign for what she said. She did not ask her black friends to come and say how nice she is. She did not ask her Oaxacan friends to go and say how nice she is. She did not ask her church to come and say how nice she is. I'm sure she's nice, but she said what she said, and she resigned. In ABC's district's case, President Suyu was voted president of this district to represent all staff and students. She brought the Latino kids to say how nice she was. And she brought her church members to say how nice she is. And again, I'm sure the person is nice, but she said what she said. Last year I came here to ask Ms. Suyu to resign because she said the Latinos need to stop having quinceañeras, stop going to Mexico. She apologized, thank you for that. And to use the money for tutoring. Her business is tutoring. Not everyone has quinceañeras. Not everyone goes to Mexico. And not everyone's Mexican. I won't explain why Latinos celebrate their daughters, nor why some people go to Mexico. There's no time right now. But it's not the ABC board's president to tell them to stop. Last year, she also said that people should get over slavery because it happened over 200 years ago. What else should we forget? Should we get over the Holocaust? Should we get over the Japanese internment camps? Should we get over the Trail of Tears? And I was done. It's okay. But then 2 weeks ago, 2 kids read some beautiful poems about the heritage. The world president's first thought was about drugs. After those beautiful poems, instead of saying, I am glad you celebrate your culture and remember the struggles of those that came before you. Nope. She said, there are 45% Latinos in California. Maybe we can help your peers with the rising drug problem. Even wherever that came from, that's the first thing that came to mind. Latinos equal drugs. I would like to thank Dr. Rios, Mr. Apodaca, Mr. Nishi last year for not voting Suyu to represent the district, the staff, and the students after she made those racist remarks. I asked the board to censure Suyu for insulting our Latino students and black students in ABC. It's not too late to show all the students in ABC you do not condone a leader's racist and ignorant comments. You might bring 1,000 voices to say how nice you are, but I only need one voice to show who you are.
Why children
1 minute.
Get over it. Get over it. Miss Suyu, you still have time to resign. Good night, everyone.
Next speaker, we have Reverend Raul Ortiz Jr. Moving on, next speaker, we have Alexia.
Thank you, Sophia.
Okay. Hello, board. This feels totally different standing. Yeah. Okay. So I just want to say, excuse my frustration. I've been up here many times along with countless other parents and ABC families, and often I feel a little bit unheard. I want to know, why are we seeking extra indoctrination training when our state is scoring at the bottom for reading, math, and writing? We don't want our kids taking time away from academics to learn about controversial gender ideologies that make our kids guinea pigs for a social experiment. I researched CCEJ and spoke with staff in Long Beach that have CCEJ on their campus. I looked into their taxes, but they haven't filed since 2018. So if you go to their website under About CCEJ, I found resources for anti-racism for whites. So now ABC is going to pay for a program that demonizes all white people for being racist. In this section, you'll find many resources for white people, such as How to Be Less Stupid About Race, Save the Tears, A White Woman's Guide, resources for white parents to raise anti-racist children, White Privilege, Unpacking the Invisible Knapsack, and Who Gets to Be Afraid in America. For that article, it states how every black man is viewed as a criminal. It explains that whites or non-colored people don't get to be afraid. Should we teach our black students that they must adopt a victim mentality? ABC board members that approved this again, even after ABC families said this curricula last year was a major fail, should step down. Sophia Say, will you tell your grandbabies that because they're not black, their fears are invalid? No, of course not. So then why make our children have to learn that? This hyper focuses on dividing students by their identities. Without notice from our government, they changed definitions. The 2020 Sex Ed Standards defines transgender as an umbrella term to encompass many gender identities. The CDC defines non-binary as gender creative. So kids can make up their own gender. This is not rooted in science. Troy Flint, the Chief Information Officer for the School Board of Association, said that gender identity is defined as multiple options. In other words, it's a choice. Stop approving things without researching it for yourself. The new social studies books for 3rd grade, 1st grade, 2nd grade sucks. A student in my son's class fearfully continued to ask the teacher, "What is a bisexual?" While the teacher just kept rereading the passage about Harvey Milk. The SEL curriculum is equally as bad. Please, please, I spoke with Ernie Nishi about this. Do not approve CCEJ. And the project Optimistic in the agenda item 3.8-C, that is equally as bad. I warn you, parents will come out and continue to complain about what is being taught in the classroom. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Sophia. Sophia. After Sophia on standby, we have Mr. Zarate. Mr. Zarate, you can come up to the front and wait your turn.
We were the first. Oh no, wait.
We were the first to do no harm rally in Anaheim last month. We met a mom who had a daughter that committed suicide after gender transition. Yaeli was put into foster care at age 16 so that her transition could to be male. She was only allowed to see her mom 1 hour a week. She suffered a lot of pain due to the cross-sex hormones. At 19, she was living in an independent living facility, but often going without food. Finally, severely depressed, she lay down on the train tracks to end her own life. Whoever said transitioning to other genders saves lives. Stats that show there are more suicidal ideation after the gender transition, especially after 7 years. All stats said suicide rates drop after medical transition have curriculum all be reattracted. Please stop approving gender ideology to my peers and youngers. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Mrs. Zarate. Mrs. Zarate. And stand by for next speaker, we have Mary.
Hello, board members. How are you guys? I believe that that ABC board members are trustworthy and have common sense. When I was looking for a new place to live and to raise my children, I chose ABC School District because there was a review that ABC is a relatively conservative school district. I am so thankful to our school board for preserving the traditional values for our district. I appreciate the fact that we still have events like father and daughter dance or mother-son golf without criticism that it is a politically incorrect. So I was surprised that CCEJ came into without my knowledge and was teaching my child that she can choose her own pronouns. This is not like you to allow this to happen to the school district. I believe you can make the best decision for our kids regarding this curriculum. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Mary. On standby, Gabriella B. Next speaker, we have Gabriella B.
Who's on standby after that?
On standby, we have Harumi L.
So if you're standby, come closer to the podium, please.
My name is Gabriela Beco. I was born in Mexico,
I was there for like 15 years, so I'm pure Mexican. My mom and my dad were in Mexico, and my grandpas and everybody. When I came here, I couldn't speak English. I have met Sue a few, I want to say maybe months, and I was trying to decide where should I put my nephew in a school, because he's 12 years old, and I love him. I have no children myself, but I love that nephew. I do almost anything for him, except now that I'm trying to help some candidates around. But I told my husband, let's spend some money so we can put him in a different school, because these schools are horrible. And when I met Suyu, it just light me up, because her values are my values. I believe that I believe in God, and she believes in God, and for me that's very important. And now that I'm in this country, I feel like my life has been so much better. As so many wonderful things. I feel like this is the land of the dreams. The dreams can come true. And education has a big part. And I just think that for me it's very important believing in God and have values. If I have no values, then I'm nothing. I support Suyu because she listens to parents and knows that parents want their kids to have a good education so they can have good jobs. We do not want our children indoctrinated, sexualized, or medicalized. The World Professional Association of Transgender Health New Revised Version, which is used by gender clinic and clinics and children's hospitals, has a new gender identity, which is MTE. This means male and eunuch. They want to normalize the castration of, sorry, I get a little nervous, prepubescent. I'm sorry, prepubescent. I hope you know what I mean. Boys, and called the gender affirming care. This is child abuse. We need people like Suyu who have common sense and will communicate to parents what's going on and who has access to our children's through the type of community, parenting agencies, or mental health workers. Thank you, Suyu, for being the strongest advocate to our children. We need people like you.
Next speaker, we have Harumi L. On standby, we have Sonia Usent.
Hi, my name is Harumi. My heart breaks to hear of countless young people who medically transitioned and come to regret it. Even fully grown adults like Scott Nugent, who transitioned at age 42 after having had 3 babies, is regretting the decision to medically transition because of complications and side effects. Gender ideology goes against the scientific fact that a gender is decided upon conception. XY chromosome makes a male when you're a male. You are a male down to your cell. XX chromosome makes female when you are a female. You are a female down to your cells. Cross-sex hormones give some characteristics of the opposite sex, but it is only in appearance. There are many side effects. Prolonged testosterone causes atrophy of female reproductive organs and may require hysterectomy. Female hormones cause male to become infertile. The bottom surgery will definitely cause infertility in both male and female, and often the results are unsatisfactory. When we teach our kids that they can choose whatever gender, we may be leading them to the path of destruction. Who is going to be responsible for the care of these young people who medically transition and have to be on medication for the rest of their lives? How can children now transition without parental consent as early as age 12? That is not acceptable. Suyu, you must go to Sacramento and stop this child abuse. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Sonia Yusen. On standby, we have Dina. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm Townsend. Townsend? Sonia Townsend?
Oh, yeah.
Is that okay?
I apologize. I
No
pronounced it
problem.
incorrect.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. My name is Sonia Townsend. I've been a Fullerton resident for over 37 years. I've been married 40 years plus. I'm a mother of 4, a grandmother of 3. I'm a registered nurse for 40 years plus, a surgical nurse, clinical manager, and a college adjunct professor. I am full-blooded Latina. I was born in El Salvador. I came from humble beginnings, and I came to this great nation. I am an American citizen by choice. So this is truly, and I agree with our prior speakers, this is the land of opportunity. So you did not ask me to come. So I don't know what this gentleman was talking. I mean, haven't known her very much long, but I am so excited because finally, as a candidate, as a person, she represents my values also. She's not a racist. A racist is a card that people would pull. We're one race, human race. That's all. We all have blood. We all are the same. We're the human race. And I am so sick of everybody always calling the race card. It actually shows ignorance. People don't know what to say, so they say, oh, it's a racist. And then people that don't know how to think go around thinking, oh, yeah, she's a racist. You know, the problem is there's no critical thinking skills. Sue's vision, she doesn't see colors, but she sees high academic standards for all. Education should be a nonpartisan issue. Teaching our kids, our youth, critical thinking skills, teaching them how to become productive members of the society, returning basics of math, reading, and science. But what we have now is indoctrination. All we have to look at the test scores, which they're trying to hide. Okay? I'm thankful for Sue Yu's courage, for fighting for our children, to reinstate true education, and to reestablish common sense. Sue Yu is outspoken about parental rights. God gave children to parents, not to government schools by liberal agendas. Okay, Sue is not a homophobe. You know, God, I have to look at author Genesis, okay? Genesis 5:2, for example. God created male and female, okay? It doesn't matter what you say, you're never going to change. It's upon conception, and that's fact. That's scientific fact. So transgenderism is not science-based. Those spreading the lies about Sue Yu are being used as pawns, and they're being deceived. Her opponent, Sharon Quirk-Silva, is a stark contrast in values to everything what Sue Yu stands for.
Clerk, campaigning on
Okay,
school property.
Well, how am I going to make a contrast in values? Okay, I'm not campaigning. I'm not on her staff, okay? So what I want to tell you.
So unfortunately, Board Clerk, I believe that campaigning is outside the scope of our jurisdiction. So we should not be probably even having the public mention other candidates.
Okay, then we'll go ahead and say that she is stark value to other people that don't believe in the same values. This whole issue is about saving our children, all right? And I don't know how many of you really see that as a vision versus a job.
I just want to remind you that we do have a legal counsel has mentioned to us about 2 weeks of meeting.
Mhm.
One of the candidates came over and spoke about a lot of his election, which is our counselor said they should not be away, even though it's a public speaking time. And I want you to just concentrate with a matter related to school. We are
Okay.
sincerely appreciate it. We have policy.
Okay, so I will go ahead and just speak as a mom and as a grandmother, as a nurse. I'm forever grateful that she is running with courage and conviction. Okay, and that's really sums it up. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Dina. On standby, we have Esther Kim. Dina?
Dina.
Next.
That's her.
Hi, good evening, board members. My name is Esther, and I am a parent, one. I am also a taxpayer and also a constituent. And I mentioned those things because I feel like they are very important. I will get to them shortly. But I come here today because I am shocked, angered, kind of frustrated, and just plainly puzzled that we're still having this conversation. I honestly don't know why and how this issue is still on the table, how it's on the agenda, how this school district is still entertaining the idea of having CCEJ at Whitney, or let alone any other school in this district. What to me is plainly and clearly and blatantly unconstitutional. I don't know how it has eluded this board for the past 2 years. I've watched many of the board meetings on online, and I've seen the CCEJ, I guess, the curriculum outline as well. And we are, I don't know if everyone's aware, I'm sure the board members are, they, every session with CCEJ starts with gender pronouns and the practice of gender pronouns. And if you guys all know, it is a very controversial issue. Whether you're far left, right, where you are in the political spectrum, I think we can all agree this is a controversial issue. So to have this being taught to our children from the age of 7th grade, what is it, 12 onward throughout high school, is insane, to say the least. How can you not say this is indoctrination? It is very one-sided, very political issue that you are teaching our children and saying that this is okay, this is the right way, this is right, and anything else, whatever your parents tell you, is wrong. That is not okay. And for this board to not understand that, I mean, for us to be having this conversation after 2 years, after the countless number of parents that have come to speak on this subject, and how they have expressed that they are disapproving of this project, this program. I like to ask you, how many parents have you guys seen walk into this boardroom and promote this program and advocate for this program and tell you how they love this program? I'd like you to think about that. And the reason I told you that I am a taxpayer and I'm a constituent is because you guys are, I'm a board of elected officials, and those parents that have come, those countless number of parents that have come through those doors and spoken on the subject are your constituents. I am your constituent. I really implore you guys to just hear us out and really have an ear for what we are trying to express to you and where our heart is. Board member Ernie Nishi, you mentioned earlier that those students, those Whitney students, they're why you're here. They're our students, they're our children. How do you think we feel about this? Right? As much as you care about them, we care about them tenfold, hundredfold more. And for our parents, the parents, to know that our children are we're sending our children willingly to school every day to get indoctrinated by ideology that we don't support, that goes against our First Amendment rights. Do you guys know it goes against our First Amendment rights, our freedom of religion? This goes against many families' First Amendment rights to practice their religion. And I urge you guys, just look it up in the news. Look up in Virginia last year, August 2021, the Virginia State Supreme Court ruled in favor of a teacher who came to school board meeting and expressed how he will not comply with the rules to practice gender pronouns with his students. He will not encourage his students to use those gender pronouns. He refused based on his First Amendment rights. It was unconstitutional. The Virginia Supreme Court ruled it unconstitutional. This is unconstitutional. You are opening yourself. Sophia Sai, board member, you mentioned you have legal counsel. How has your legal counsel not advised you on this matter? You guys are opening yourselves up to legal trouble. You guys are opening yourselves up to negative publicity. And
Time.
I am a Whitney parent, 7th grade student. I will not let this, if my child has to take this course, I will not sit idly by and let it happen. I'm telling you this now. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Jeremy. On standby, we have Ann Lu. Jeremy?
Hello, everyone. Board members. I have one children in ABCUSD, Whitney High School. I'm taxpayer. I'm citizen voter. I'm voting now. So the reason I made a decision to live in ABCUSD is relatively conservative compared to other school districts. Also, I really appreciate our school board members for preserving the traditional value. CCEJ, this is my opinion, and please listen to parents' opinion. Every parents are really busy, right? We need to earn the money and support our children, right? But why a lot of people, a lot of parents come to this night and then speak up again, right? Because we want to protect our children, right? As a parent. CCEJ is not fit in our school district at all, and I do not agree with this study material. It is not proper for our students. First reason for disagreeing with the CCEJ, the curriculum was stimulating kids to take action for the cause using the bad example of what happens during the pandemic. So the protest that ended with riots, looting, and violence. Secondly, we need a curriculum that teaches our kids how to think, so they are able to assess pros and cons and can make objective, informed decisions. Our parents should focus on academic, not gender identity. Please listen. Please listen. I support you because she listened our opinion. Every night we come here again and again and speak up. Please listen. We are parents. We try to protect our kids. We do not want our children indoctrinated, okay? Thank you very much tonight.
Next speaker, we have Ann Lu, followed by Beth Culver. Ann?
When people come to the podium, I do want to explain to the public, including my colleague here, what I'm trying to say a few minutes ago is we cannot, public speaking or even our board self here, we violated the wrong act. We cannot, in this public services here, discussing any elections. That's what I said. Nothing had talked about CCJ or other thing. It's strictly no campaign during the meeting here. As a board member, we need to remind each other, and that's our duty here. Do not violate the law. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello. Okay, so earlier President Su Yu had read the article on her about her being a racist. But I want to ask this question. What is truly racist? What is truly racist? Are we racist for not wanting our children to learn that we need to hold on to bitterness and resentment for what happened in the past so that they hold on to resentment and they live bitter lives acting like they're victims and they don't practice forgiveness? Are we racist because we do not want our children to learn that only certain races have privilege in this country? And it is not true, by the way. Are we racist when we say everyone, no matter what race they are, can be successful in America because that is what America has been all about? Are we racist if we don't want our children to learn that they can choose their gender? What is truly racist is teaching children that they're privileged or not privileged because they were not born a certain way. It goes against the principle of the founding of America, which says all men are created equal and have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Am I a racist if I say a baby at 60 weeks after conception, full term, should not be aborted because that baby has equal rights and has the right to live? So I just want you guys to think about everyone who accuse President Suyu of being a racist. What is truly racist? According to this definition, I'm a racist too. That's all.
Next speaker, we have Beth Culver. On standby, we have a group of 3, including Megan Mitchell.
For the record, racism was a word that was developed in 1927, and it was a word that was used to browbeat, bully all dissidents of the communist ideology. It was never meant to divide races. It was meant to divide classes. And so the use of the word racism, calling someone racism, or even saying the word, is in fact the racist speaking. And it is completely unconstitutional. It never refers to pink, brown, yellow, whatever, purple. It says, we are the people, not Joe Blow because they're blue or purple. We the people. And so I wanted to say something when somebody else was speaking. By the way, I wanted to take wood shop when I was in junior high. Could not because I was a girl. But I finally took it over here at the school. When I came out to California years ago, I took wood shop. And I've made lots of little things. I did not want to take home ec. Anyway, I got distracted. I've done prison ministries for nearly 20 years. And they all lack one thing. And that is coping skills. Coping skills. Why? They function on feelings and emotions. They know no difference. They've never been taught how to think for themselves or how to cope with what they're feeling inside. A school that focuses on emotionally charged, divisive subjects cripples children. Teaching the basics prepares them for real life, and as critical thinking does, and not teaching a child how to think. And when you teach them that, you're inculcating them to be robotic, mind-numbed activists, truly are. Leave sex, gender, studies, and faith, religion out of the classroom, except when I grew up, it was a long, long time ago. We said prayer, we stood for the Pledge of Allegiance, we did all of that. We even had a day in the week in the morning when you could take a bus and go off to your church for private religious classes. That's how old I am. Nobody else probably did that. But anyway, that's the parents' job, is to teach them the family values, culture, and religion. And I want to thank Suyu for fighting to keep this sewage out of our classroom. I was going to say something else. And not playing political nonsense games with our children. Suyu rises above the average person. And I want to thank you for your leading by faith, your strength, and your courage. And I trust you. And since I have met Suyu, she is the quintessential leader. And she will be excellent in fighting the strong fight in Sacramento. Thank you. The world needs more people like you. I'm for cloning.
Next speaker, we have a group of 3, Hilola, Sam, and Megan Mitchell.
So, Madam President, do we need a motion to extend the public period? Because I think it's supposed to be 1 hour.
Not until 8:45,
Okay.
9:45.
9:45, okay. And also, we should remember that there should be decorum, right? So we're not going to yay or boo any speaker, which is the normal decorum of the situation.
Next speaker, we have Sylvester Ani. On standby, we have Wu Sung.
I am so disappointed. I came up here to talk about food. Thank you, Brad, for what you said about, improving the food in the school. And I came here to talk about the kids, and now we're talking about politics and elections and all types of things that have nothing to do with improving the quality of life and education for the students. And it's sad. And there was a speaker that came up recently that said, that this country was founded on, what's the word that she said? She said that that all men were created equal. Just so she knows, when the founding father said all men were created equal, black people weren't included in that. Women weren't included in that. Okay, and that's part of the issue now in terms of like why certain education is needed, because the ignorance that's being shown, the misinformation that's being spouted, is part of the reason why we have a lot of the issues that we have today in society. When it comes to racism and talking about slavery and not understanding why people felt like that, I'm not going to speak to how the Hispanic community felt, because that's not my community. But when it comes to the black community, there was a male that just came up here that played a recording. I was present for that meeting where you said that we need to get over slavery. Black people are going to have a problem with that. If we were telling people that we're Jewish to get over the Holocaust, what kind of outrage would we have to that? I don't need Brad to feel bad about slavery that happened 200 years ago, but what I need to do with Brad, I need Brad to help our community overcome the issues that stem from having slavery here in the first place. He don't need to feel bad about that. But then now the way we're having these conversations, it's like we can't talk about history without blaming somebody or saying that we shouldn't be learning about these things. That's what indoctrination is. It's not exposing kids, parents, teachers to this information so they can decide on their own what to believe and what to make of our past, and how we're not going to repeat those same issues in the future. But instead we want to fearmonger. We want to scare people about it. So much disinformation is going on, even when it comes to sex and gender. Just for context, sex speaks to chromosome and the genitalia that someone is born with. That's what sex is. Gender is a social construct that we create, right? So if somebody wants to, refer to themselves as a they, them, that doesn't take food off of my table. I don't have to live like that. That's not my life. But I have to respect that person's life. I have to respect that person's identity, or just call them by their name. Like how we make non-issues issues, it's frustrating because that's not what we need to be talking about. Like someone from the LGBTQ plus community, how's that person going to feel the way we're talking about their experiences? That's not what I come from. I've never been attracted to a man. But the thing is, there's people who go through that. There's people who don't, who haven't felt safe to be their true selves. And if I know more about that person's experience, that's going to help me respect how they live. And I'm not going to want to be do what they do because I learn about them. I just know how to interact with people like that. So again, it's hurtful. A lot of this is hurtful, especially Sue, because we had conversations about this on the phone. And I'm thinking back to those conversations, and it's just sad that I feel like we're doubling down on this instead of trying to learn and move past the hurt that's being made with these comments. Yeah, this is. We have folks coming up here today talking about your candidacy for a race. If that's where your interest is, then respectfully, let everybody else who wants to focus on education, let us focus on education. If that's what you want to do, respect. God bless you. And everything I say to anybody that spoke up here, it's all coming from a place of love, because the thing is, this ignorance is getting us away from focusing on investing in our children's lives, focusing on improving the food in children's lives, not focusing on investing in the social emotional health. I'll tell you this right now, there's been more kids who committed suicide that aren't transgender that are transgender. That's a fact. If we're talking about we respect lives and we want to invest in children's lives, there's a lot of children that are suffering. In our books today, I'm a sub-teacher in this district. In our books today, it says slavery is abolished. Trust me, it's not. Because I worked on legislation to try to remove it from our state constitution, and it couldn't even pass. So let's learn about the history. Let's love each other, but this is a distraction, and this has nothing to do with the students, and that's what we need to get back to, is focusing on that. Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Woo Sung, followed by Paula Mejia. Woo Sung. Okay, we have Paula Mejia.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, my name is Paula Mejia, and I am very active in the community. And the reason that I am here, I am a very proud immigrant, Mexican, nationalized U.S. citizen, and very involved with children, helping them. I was part of the Chico State Parent Association, vice president of the Parent Association, treasurer for 2 years, also vice president of one of the top, private schools in Bellflower. And I'm still committed in helping the students. And Sue, you made a comment about our tradition and how Latinos invest our money in quinceañeras, and this, I didn't read it on a newspaper. I hear you, I hear the recording. You said it, and I got pretty upset and about the comment that you made that we spend our money on quinceañeras. Well, let me tell you, I did spend a lot of money on my daughter's quinceañera 15, 16 years ago, but you know what? I also spend money in giving them a good education, good college education, and both of my kids, college grads, and both of them working in their field of choice of education. And one, he's even helping students. He works in very prestigious university. So I spend my money too in education for my kids. And I still, to this date, I am helping other students get in their education. And as a matter of fact, that's what my son does, helping the students get into the best college. So you cannot be saying that Latinos don't give education, that we spend our money. How dare you, Ms. Sue, you say that? So I am here because I got mad about that, but I got more mad for the comment that you made to those 2 students on the last meeting, on the Heritage Month. Instead of praising them, yes, you said, muy buen trabajo, muchachos, but you went and told them, now do something about your community. You are a leader of the community, so you should take that in consideration. How can you be asking kids 13, 15 years old to take care of their peers because of the drugs in their community? How dare you? You are the leader, so show you are doing something about it. Don't be asking a 13, 15-year-old to do something on drugs in the Latino community. There is a lot of opium. There is a lot of, whatever drug is going on also in the other communities. Why are you just directing into the Latinos? And I feel it, the other comment that you made, and thank you for reminding Sylvester, the speaker before me, and I hear some people here, adults, and I feel so bad for you. Get in some education, okay? Because it is painful, and we cannot, and they cannot get over it. How dare you tell the people to get over slavery? You know what? Even living in Mexico, I've been here 43 years, lady, and even living in here, I cannot comprehend I cannot understand how that happened in this country. It really boggles my mind. How could they, just because of their color, just because of their race, be sold naked in front of the buyers, and you want people to get over it? How dare you? And how dare you for these people also to be saying and laughing about it when Sylvester is saying, get over it. It hurts. It hurts me. You don't have any compassion. And I'm telling to those of you that were laughing about it, yes, I'm directing this comment to you, because how dare you say that she didn't make any error by saying get over it. No, lady, they cannot get over it. You should at least be helping and avoid those insensitive comments. So anyways, that is my comment, and we do have education for our kids, so Latinos, and I am very
Time.
proud.
Next speaker, we have Ernesto, followed by Christy Gravitt.
It's a fun night, isn't it? I'm just here to speak on CCEJ. I don't know if the gentleman came in late, but the reason we're speaking about gender pronouns is because CCEJ speaks about that. So just to give you some context of the conversation. So I'm here to oppose contract renewal. So for those who don't know, CCEJ teaches LGBT and critical race theory curriculum. CCEJ curriculum manipulates and exploits and grooms our young children's minds to be gender questioning. They promote illusions of endless genders. There's people that think that they're cats, that they're animals now. That's how far along we are in this gender identity crisis. So, CCEJ also teaches students that they are oppressed or are the oppressor based on skin color. My daughter's not oppressed. I don't have that mentality. I don't have the mentality that I'm an oppressed Mexican in this nation. I don't live by that weak mentality. Why is this agenda being pushed into the classrooms? Why don't we have Bible studies? Why don't we have curriculums that teach us how to do taxes, finances, or how to start a business? Sexuality and political social justice doesn't belong in a classroom. The reason it doesn't belong in a classroom because as an adult, me and you could have an intellectual conversation about that because our mind are mature enough to understand it. But a 12-year-old doesn't understand these situations. As far as education, California is ranked 44th in the nation. In this year, in 2022, California standardized test results, 2 and 3 students don't meet math and reading test scores. Black and Hispanic students did the worst. Our children are failing academically, but here we are discussing a contract renewal about LGBTQ and racial theory. ABC has an enrollment decline problem. In the last 2 years, ABC has lost 2,300 students, and this number will continue to grow if we keep bringing these extreme curriculums that parents don't want. We need to leave gender and sexuality for the home, where parents can teach their kids values based on their own beliefs. I would also like to inform the community and parents of 3 bills that were signed into law this September. To begin with, I never cared about politics. I was never into it until politics started interfering with my parental rights and it started interfering with my children. So the first bill I want to speak about is SB 107. SB 107 will allow courts to take custody of children whose parents do not affirm gender reassignment health care. So how scary is it that the government passed a law to try to take my children away if I do not want them to transition? So the conflict with CCEJ we're gender confusing our children, and then the government just passed a bill that's going to allow my children to be taken away. So it's a scary situation to have these two things that just passed. Another bill that passed is SB 1419, which prohibits parents from inspecting a minor's medical record. So me as a parent, I can't view my child's medical record now. So imagine now we have CCEJ, SB 107, and then now I can't view my children's medical record. That's a scary situation to combine those two bills and CCEJ, right? So let's take it a step further. So another bill that was passed is AB 1940, which is a school-based health center on campuses, which will include primary care, immunizations, we were dealing with SB 866 last year with the COVID shot, reproductive health care, also known as abortions, and will also include mental health care. And what is mental health care nowadays? Gender confusion, gender affirmation. So now we're going to have these three bills, and we're going to confuse our children with CCEJ curriculum. Isn't this a scary situation for the parents? To have all these laws come in, and we're going to have our children confused? So I just want the board to consider that CCEJ is not something that should be involved in the school system. So, thank you.
Next speaker, we have Christy Gravitt, followed by Gabriela B.
Good evening. I wasn't here to initially speak, but just felt like I would, so a little bit off the cuff. Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. I'm not going to get into any politics whatsoever. I'm going to keep it focused on education. I am a product of ABC Unified, kindergarten through 12th grade, graduated from GAR. I'm a parent of a 6th grader here in our district, and I'm also a teacher, 26 years in this district. I understand the anger of many of these parents of what they're speaking of about teaching, indoctrinating children, because I'm a parent too, and I'm angry. But I'm also angry as a teacher. I'm angry as a teacher because why are you putting me in a position that I have to teach this information that has nothing to do with reading, writing, math, history, science? Why are we doing it? Why is it being allowed? I mean, seriously, I grew up in this district. I loved it. I coached soccer. I still coach soccer somewhere else, but I'm very confused why you're doing that. The parents are talking about the curriculum, so those of you who don't think it's real, it's real. I have seen, I teach 1st grade. It's in there in our history book. Thank God I teach science at my school, and my other 1st grade partner does the social studies. So I didn't have to actually teach what's in the 1st grade social studies book. And then when I see my other friends at the school, 2nd grade and the 3rd grade curriculum, kids have no idea what sexual orientation is. And now they're like, what's that? What's gay? What's bi? That's a conversation for home, not at school. Don't put me in that position as a teacher. And some of you are applauding. I appreciate that, but I also need to make sure you understand, I'm not like against. My very close friends are gay. I was part of their weddings. My friend's daughter is transgender. But that has nothing to do with what's going on in the schools. You're taking away the parents' rights. I get it. Some of you will come back and say, oh, well, not all parents share that with their kids. Not all parents have open conversations with their kids. Totally get it. But that's their home life. That's their family. It's not the school's job to teach anything else but reading, writing, math, and honestly, to be a good citizen, because I tell my kids every day, go home, be nice to your parents, say please and thank you, clean your room, listen to them, but it's not my job to teach them about all of these ideologies that you're putting in the school. It's just not. It's not fair. And someone mentioned about kids not coming to school, losing students. Guess what? You've already lost one because my older daughter, after she went here, she's in private Christian school at Whittier Christian where she gets to have Bible class every day and she loves it. They will never teach that stuff. And my 6th grader, because I've already taught my kids that when they were young, I taught them all the information about all of those things because I'm the parent, not the board, not the district, not the curriculum people who create this stuff, not the teachers that you're forcing to teach some of this stuff. I'm the parent. And my 6th grader who's here, she won't be coming here. Maybe some will be happy with that because of previous things with my daughter and whatnot. But I'm pulling her out of ABC as well and sending her to middle school, private Christian school. I can't trust public school anymore. I can't do it. I can't, even ABC, which I love, I'm a teacher here, but I can't trust that my kids are going to be in the environment where they're going to be learning this indoctrination, these ideologies. You really need to think about it because so many people keep talking, but it doesn't feel like some of you are listening. And again, not fair. Not fair that you put me in that position as a teacher, and I'm not the only one. I may be brave enough, or I don't know if it's so brave, just I'm used to talking a lot, but you're putting a lot of teachers in positions that they shouldn't have to be put in. So please really think about it. Protect our kids and protect our teachers and protect our parents' rights. Thank you.
Madam President, we've reached the hour. Looks like we have 2 more speakers. Motion to extend.
Yeah. I second it. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Do we have the same person come up twice?
I was called Gabriela after her. So do I go on?
Ma'am, you can't speak twice. You can wait for the second public comment. We have 1 more.
Okay.
Megan Mitchell.
Good evening, Board Trustees and Interim Superintendent Nguyen. I hope each of you is doing well this evening. I'm standing up here on behalf of the Whitney High School Foundation for Educational Excellence, the Diversity and Inclusion Committee. I would like to thank the board for their continued support of Whitney's endeavors to create a community that is inclusive and equitable by allowing CCEJ to provide training for staff, families, and most importantly, for the students. In June 2020, under the guidance of Dr. Sue, the ABC Board of Trustees unanimously adopted Resolution 19-114. And since that day, the board has kept its promise to commit to ensuring that Whitney becomes a place where everyone feels welcome, accepted, and valued. In 2019, the Western Association of Schools and Colleges, also known as WASC, mentioned in their mid-cycle accreditation report that the continued marginalization of historically marginalized groups was concerning and still a glaring issue at Whitney. I'm so grateful for the board's continued dedication to its mission and vision and philosophy, because we have hard data and have made tangible changes in the WHS community that can be observed this year as Whitney prepares for our WASC evaluation in January. The work that CCEJ has continued to provide has garnered data that shows an increased sense of belonging, acceptance, and inclusion from historically marginalized groups. Even though the trainings are not mandatory and all families have the option to opt their students out, in 2020 and in the 2021-2022 school year, out of all of the students, only 1 family opted out. The majority of WHS families and community members have been supportive and have seen tremendous growth and change because of their decision to participate. While the work is still ongoing, the board's continued support and approval of this work at Whitney gives us hope that we will continue to see a bright future tomorrow. Again, thank you for standing on your word to support the diversity and inclusion efforts at Whitney High School. And I'm going to pass it to Hilda, our Whitney High School PTSA president.
Good evening, Madam President, former President, members of the board. We are really here thanking you all because Whitney High School has the power. It's the #1 high school in California because of your support. Every year we succeed. You have seen our students, how they speak, how they develop, everything that they do at school. And all of this is because they are one together. No matter anything, they accept each other, they are together, they go together towards the achievement of every target that they want to achieve. So our purpose of being here is to thank you for your continued support to everything that our school needs. Thank you so much. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
Madam President, that concludes our speakers.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately? Okay. Sophie? Okay, you want to pull it out? All right, we're going to pull it out. Okay. Okay, we will discuss on 3.9 CCEJ. Board discussion. We start with Michael Eugenio.
Madam President, I was going to also pull 3.9C for consideration at a later date.
Okay,
I'd like to review the curriculum in depth.
okay, okay. Vice President Brad Beach?
Thank you, Madam President. I also don't know much about 3.9C. A parent mentioned that tonight, and I think last time we took action on this, I said I'd like to see the curriculum for new programs that might be sensitive for some parents. I think we should agendize them at the next meeting, allow the public to comment on it, and all of us will vote on our decisions. But I
Okay.
need more information, please.
Okay, thank you. Can we make a, so, for future, but you wanted to further discussion? Okay, go ahead. We'll have discussion and then we can make a motion.
Yeah, because you know what, there was a history before we choose to, actually it's not vote. It was recommended by the Whitney High School principal and the staff.
Foundation.
Foundation, they came out with the grant. I think probably need to understand that. There were some issues that happened to their school, okay? After this last, CCEJ has been exposed to the public, I know a lot of parents not prove that and maybe not aware about these things. Oh, let me take my mask off. I'm sorry, I apologize for that. Well, let me backtrack again. The reason this CCAJ brought it to the Whitney High School, there was something happened, incident in their school. It was brought up by the PTA Foundation. They were the one, had some money and the budget to put out this program to educate the teacher, the students. Okay. Now we hear the parents' concern too. We do know a lot of parents are concerned. And like our board, Vice President, Mr. Breach, said the same thing too. So that parent, we have the 50 and 50. I'm not against, so I'm not pro, but I'd like to hear more. I'd like to open to the floor. I'd like to postpone this agenda for today for further discussion on next board meeting. I do like to hear the students. You know, I wish, maybe we can have the two students debating here, those students who attended the class. We want to hear from them. Overall, the student and the teacher too. What I was told, there was some incident happened before, but lately after that CCEJ, the incident hasn't been happened. And detail I cannot share with you right now. But however, we have so many parents here concerned about this. And I do want to ask my board colleague to put it back into the agenda and we'll do further discussion, and we want to hear from the students and the teacher. I mean, not just only one or two teachers. I really wish we have a debating team right here to allow to public to hear what the kids want to say and what this teacher wants to say. Then give the parent an input and see the other side. That's my suggestion.
Okay. Any further discussion on this CCEJ? Before we move on, we have Board Member Ernie Nishi. Oh, he wanted to do something else.
Oh, okay. So 2 quick questions. One is we have WASC accreditation, correct? So will this affect our WASC accreditation if it's not done within the next 2 weeks?
No.
Carol?
The WASC accreditations won't happen until January. So if the board chooses to table this item to December, you may be able to do that.
Oh, it's December, because not just 2 weeks, actually, right?
The next board meeting is in December.
December. That's,
Okay.
okay. And then the next question is related to, there's going to be a parent meeting on this issue, correct?
Yes, correct. There's going to be a parent meeting prior to the enrichment curriculum implemented at Whitney High School. There's also the option for parents to opt out, to opt their students out of being part of this experience if they do not want to have their students be part of it.
Right. Will there still be a parent meeting if we've delayed this until December?
The parent meeting is to inform parents about the curriculum and the processes, so I believe the parent meeting can still occur. However, the parent meeting involves CCEJ. In order for that to be involved, we would need to have a contract with them for them to conduct the parent meeting. So it could be an information question session with the administration, but the original parent meeting was supposed to be put in by CCEJ, and in order for us to do that, we would have to contract with them in order to put on the meeting. Does that make sense?
I see. So if we delay this meeting, then, or this decision, that means CCEJ can't be there to inform the parents as to what the program's going to be in advance.
They would probably be able to provide some type of overview, I'm sure, but part of the contract was that part of the parent meeting as well, to provide parent education.
What if the board was there? Would they be willing to answer questions at that point?
We would have to work with the company. I cannot speak on their behalf.
Like in terms of approval, we could talk to them maybe.
We had a board study session last year
Yes,
on
we
this
did.
topic. So certainly if the board would like to have additional information from CCEJ, we could provide that.
So I don't recommend any information item unless the board act on the item first, or otherwise it'll be a waste of time should the board not approving it. So we can have CCEJ be here at the next meeting to present, or we can have the school, we can have the students and the teachers. Because it could be a Brown Act issue if, a majority of board members show up to an information meeting and ask question about an item that could eventually be in front of the board for action. So my recommendation is, if the board wishes, we can ask them to be here to talk about, their product and the curriculum when we take it back at the next meeting.
Okay. Okay, wait a minute. I have a question. This budget, first, will this affect the WASC? My question is, this curriculum, this program?
Can you clarify your question? Will it
Yes.
affect WASC?
Yes.
In other
Does
words,
this program, if you don't implement this program, it'll affect the WASC?
because of some of the issues that Whitney High School had faced in the past, the recommendation from WASC is to make sure that we had some type of diversity training for our school site. So it's not specific to, WASC does not specifically mention this program, but that there is some kind of diversity and equity training for our students at Whitney High School. CCEJ just happened to be the one that the foundation, the parents, the students, and the administration vetted and selected after looking at several other programs.
Okay. And then also the budget is $20,000 and it's coming out from the Whitney Foundation. How much does it come out from the Whitney Foundation and how much does the high school supplemental concentration fund is used?
When this board item was submitted, we were told that it was a split between the foundation and the Whitney High School Supplemental Concentration Fund, but I recently received information from the school principal that this item is being 100% paid for by the Whitney High School Foundation.
Okay. So this is something that the Whitney Foundation agreed?
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. And, okay, thank you very much. Answered all the questions. And the syllabus is available to the public?
Yes, the syllabus is available to the public.
Okay, thank you very much. So then we want to move on, or we have one more? Board member, Dr. Olga Rios?
I'm wondering, I remember sitting through a study session where we were talked about this program, and it was highly praised, and I'm just wondering if, it's been implemented for a year, if the district has gotten complaints from parents or from students about any negative effect of it.
To my knowledge and the data I have, I've not received that information, that there's been any negative effects. I have some data regarding the responses from students about the program, about how they felt the program supported or helped them.
Thank you, and that I have too. I have heard great things about the program from the staff, from students, from families. We heard from the PTSA president. And so I think as board members, we should all take that into consideration. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, yeah, please, public, please, no comments, please. Okay, so we move on, and we are going to have one more pulled. Brad?
Madam President, I also wanted to pull 3.8C for the same reasons, just to get the curriculum and more information before we vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have two choices. Either vote now, or do we want to pull this and table it for next meeting?
Yes, it is the board prerogative to pull or table any item
Mhm.
if you have the majority vote. So I think parliamentary procedure is that you have a motion to pull 3.9C until the next meeting. So we should have a second and vote on that. And then we can go to 3.8 and do the same and then vote on the consent calendar.
Okay, let's do that.
3.9C first, there's a motion by. No, he did. Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay, roll call, please, Danielle. Can you rephrase your motion?
Oh, I just want to
Table it?
table this item 3.9-C, renew contract with the California Conferences for Equity and Justice, postponed to table to the next board meeting, which is on December 13th.
Okay. And okay.
Clarification, Madam President, is that so that we can have people come speak about it, or what is the purpose of pulling it?
To me, we heard it, of course, we had a training the last time we understand what is the curriculum about, right? But however, you also heard the parents have concern. I heard part of our employee here says there was no issue after the training, and the teacher likes it, and I heard from uni the teacher likes it, so no problem. We also heard students, our assistant superintendent academic. But however, we also have parents here and show so much concern about not being notified when you have one student opt out. So apparently there's a pulling counter there. So I think as elected official, we need to hear the both sides, to make it clear, to make sure we vote the right thing, do the right things.
We have Ernie Nishi?
Yeah, a really quick question. Did these two other board members get to see the closed session item that we had last year? Or actually, how long ago was that closed session item?
2 years ago.
This was.
It was not closed session, it's special. You mean
It
to
was
say
a special
study
session.
session?
So,
It
I
was
mean,
in October.
if they were not part of that particular session, then we should show them a little bit of respect and enable them to be able to analyze that, but I don't know. Were you here or part of that particular special session? Do you remember that?
I do not recall.
Yeah, they were here.
They were here, but they was very new at that time.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, wait, they were here. So they did see you did the program?
What's your point?
So if they hadn't seen it, then we should respect them and delay it till December, because that would be appropriate. They haven't seen the program, they haven't seen all the details and issues. But if they have seen it, then, we have the opinion of the current PTA president and Whitney, and they're paying for the whole thing. And it is a voluntary program, and it will affect their ability to actually implement it in terms of the voluntary program. So that's why I don't know that, that's why I think it's important whether the board members have seen this.
Did you have another motion?
No, I don't have another motion.
Okay.
Yeah, my concern is, we heard both sides now. No, it's, parents are stood out, and also Cerrito High School, some of the parents also have a concern about CCEJ, and I brought it to the Cerrito High School. I think as an elected official, we do need respect the parents. We like to hear from them, and I like to hear the students. I like to hear the teacher too, who was participating at the program that time. Yes, we all had a training, we all will listen, due to the fact that there was an issue at the Whitney High School. And we all understand that. That's why foundation wanted to come up with $20,000 with the high school supplemental concentration fund. And through the WASA say, hey, this is recommendation that you can go through, and we went through it. So we went through that 2 years ago, and now back on the table again. I think we do need rethink about, rather than into the consent item, I like to put in the action item, we discuss.
Okay. Okay, should we take roll call? Sophie's motion is on the table.
Second with the microphone.
Mr. Beach?
This is the table? Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Se?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
6-0, sorry.
Can I ask a quick question? If the school is paying for it, why isn't it not a site decision? Why is this coming to the board?
You want me to?
Yes.
The board ultimately approve all contracts. As an example, a school could be paying for something that you will not want to approve. It could be something very controversial or may not even, be appropriate. But they can't use the argument that the school paid for it, so therefore the board should approve it. The board has the final say in approving all contracts.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, okay, next we have 3.8-C. Brad wanted to table it.
Yeah, motion to table 3.8C as well.
Okay, I second it. All those in favor?
Actually, can I ask
Discussion.
questions?
Okay.
So this renewed contract with Project, I don't know anything about this. Apparently, we had approved this in the past. $44,000 from the LCFF fund, so it's not going to come from PTA, it's coming from our pocket. But have we had a presentation on this particular program in the past?
I do not believe so. I believe it was a renewal, so it was an action item last year.
Is it last year that we had the action item?
Yes.
I just don't remember it. Okay.
Okay.
Would you like me to provide further information?
Well, okay, actually, I do have another question. If we pause on this, is this going to affect our ability to actually have this program, or any WASC accreditation, or any other issues such as that?
It delays the implementation of this mentoring program. It's an after-school mentoring program, so it would delay the implementation of this program.
But would it affect accreditation?
No.
Or any academic issues that we might have there?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so Brad, you want to make a motion to? Sure. Okay, call for vote.
There's no second.
I seconded. Okay.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. So we have to vote for the rest of the consent calendar, right? So now we'll take the vote for the rest of the consent calendar.
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Should we take a break?
It's up to you.
Yeah.
Huh?
Can we take a
break?
5-minute break? Bathroom? Can I
Then
make a
our
motion
closing
to
time
take
is at- yeah,
5-minute break?
The only thing my concern is our time will be what, 10:30?
Mm-hmm.
So
Just extend it until we finish.
maybe we have enough time,
Yeah,
right? You want to
yeah,
extend
just
it for
11.
10 minutes break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I make motion to take a break, 10 minutes break, or 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes break.
5
So
minutes.
5 minutes.
The board will resume at 10:15.
Yeah. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Eugenio, second.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
It's like when they go to.
Okay, thank you. All right. Board Advisory Committees.
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Second.
Okay. Any public comments?
On this item.
On this
On
item.
this item?
There are no public comments on this item, Madam President.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. 1.3-A, may I have a motion to approve Resolution 22-37, intention to grant a partial fee acquisition and temporary construction easement to Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority and to conduct a public hearing on the subject of the granting of the partial fee acquisition and temporary construction easement to the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority on December 13, 2022.
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you, Board President Yu Suyu. We have been working with the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, LAC, MTA, and Caltrans for the past 4 years on this project. This is the expansions of the westbound State Route 91 improvements project, and the gentlemen are here to present to the board. This is a two-step process. Tonight, you approve a resolution of the intention to grant the partial fee authority, and at the next board meeting, you will actually approve the agreement. This is per recommendation advisement from legal counsel. So with that, I will turn over to Mr. Carlos Montes and to start the presentation.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Carlos Montes. I'm the project manager for Metro. We're here to present the project to you and explain to you the temporary construction easement that we would like to acquire. I have Eric Spangler with my consultant with Michael Baker International, and Roy Gonaldo with OPC. He's our right-of-way agent. So Eric will go ahead and start the presentation. If you have any questions, just let us know.
Yeah, great. Okay, thanks. Can you hear me? Okay, so I'll go quickly through the PowerPoint presentation. The purpose, so the freeway, the 91 freeway is being widened for 3 miles in the westbound direction only, approaching the 605. And so that's what we're here today to discuss. The impacts upon the Norwalk Boulevard interchange and the impacts to Norwalk Boulevard, and therefore the impacts to the Tracy High School parking lot or the ABC Adult School parking lot. The purpose of the project is to reduce congestion and improve safety. There's a long history of project development, from feasibility study to project initiation document to environmental document, which was done in 2018. The project is funded through local LA County sales tax measure M and R for actually measure R for about $140 million construction cost. Construction is scheduled to start in approximately 1 year from now. During the environmental document in 2016 through 2018, we did several public meetings in the city of Artesia and the city of Cerritos, and what we found, the public supported the project, but wanted to minimize property acquisitions, address air and noise quality issues, revise the carpool ingress egress, and then they were concerned about construction, impacts during construction. Okay, so you probably noticed the congestion in the westbound direction, which is caused by the Studebaker connector bridge, the connector to the 605, which has a demand for 2 lanes northbound on the 605, but there's only 1 lane. There's 1 lane going to the southbound 605, which that meets the demand there. So several miles of backup every day on the 91 westbound due to that issue. So what the project is doing is it's adding an additional lane in the westbound direction for about 2.5 miles, connecting to that Studebaker connector bridge. So the bridge that goes from westbound 91 to 605, we're widening that bridge by 1 additional lane, taking that lane back 2.5 miles.
May I have an interruption just for 1 second?
Yeah.
I think we need a vote for the extending our meeting to 11 o'clock, because right now it's almost 10:30 now. Okay. So I suggest,
Motion to extend to 11. Eugenio.
Can I have a second?
well, I guess I'll be the second now.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay. So there's various facets of the project. So we're adding, like I mentioned, one additional westbound lane. We're creating that two-lane 605 northbound connector. And we're maintaining the existing exit lanes or the auxiliary lanes between Bloomfield and Norwalk and Pioneer and the 605 connector. We're reconstructing the overcrossing bridges at Gridley and Bloomfield, which you can ask any questions after I go through this. And we're improving our arterial streets of, Bloomfield, Norwalk, and Pioneer. So that right now there's 4 lanes in the westbound direction plus the HOV and an auxiliary lane. So we're adding that 5th lane right there. So that is the addition for about 2.5 miles. Okay, the Norwalk Boulevard. So now we're going to start talking about the impacts to the ABC Adult School, Tracy High School parking lot. So it's all related to this interchange design. So one of the deficiencies, thank you, one of the deficiencies of the existing condition is the very closely spaced interchanges between Bloomfield and Norwalk and Pioneer. It's half of the Caltrans standard. The Caltrans standard is 1 mile spacing between interchanges. Those interchanges are spaced half a mile apart. So that's why there's a lot of accidents that occur there and a lot of congestion as well. So one of the changes that we're making with the project is to change the existing condition. So there's 2 westbound on-ramps. There's the loop, the northbound Norwalk Boulevard to loop westbound on-ramp. And then there's the southbound Norwalk to westbound 91 direct slip on-ramp. We're closing that one. And what we're doing is we're increasing the weaving distance between Norwalk and Pioneer interchange by closing that ramp. So we're going to consolidate the 2 westbound on-ramps, the loop and the slip, into 1 on-ramp, which will be the loop. What that requires is, so right here is the proposed configuration. What it requires is the installation of 2 left turn pockets going southbound onto the on-ramp. So southbound traffic on Norwalk Boulevard will no longer be turning right onto the freeway. They'll be turning left onto the freeway. So the way it impacts Tracy High School parking lot is we need to widen Norwalk Boulevard, which is City of Cerritos right-of-way. It's not Caltrans right-of-way, it's City of Cerritos right-of-way, to accommodate the double left turn pocket onto the on-ramp. So the proposed condition is basically, we're keeping 2 lanes southbound between Cuesta Drive. There's the ABC High School, Adult School, and Tracy High School parking lot there. So because we're widening by the double left turn pocket, we need a dimension of permanent street right-of-way of about 14.5 feet. Then we also are proposing an additional 5 feet of temporary construction easement that the contractor would have to erect a temporary chain link fence, secure the construction area, just basically safe operations. So that is the proposal. So we tie into the existing Norwalk Boulevard cross-section right at Cuesta Drive, so there's no additional widening in front of this property here. It's just the Tracy High School parking lot to the block to the south. Here are the dimensions. So the permanent street right-of-way acquisition, which is being purchased by LA Metro for this and held during construction and then conveyed to City of Cerritos post-construction is that permanent street right-of-way is 4,487 square feet. The temporary construction easement, which is a 4-year rental with a 6-month exclusive use within that 4-year period, is 2,016 square feet. The 4-year period will begin when the right-of-way document is executed, which is preferably before the end of this year. So, we in Michael Baker, my consulting firm, prepared a couple. So we understand that the permanent street right-of-way acquisition impacts about 29 existing parking spaces. It doesn't completely eliminate 29 spaces. There's 29 spaces that exist in a diagonal configuration along that block. So we came up with 5 different parking lot reconfiguration striping designs that the district could implement that would actually increase, still meet code and increase the number of parking spaces. So this is kind of the one that we thought maybe is like the preferred option, but it's your choice. The appraisal proposes that the district restripe their own lot with the compensation that the Metro will be paying to the school district. Instead of our contractor coming in from a year from now and then going onto your parking lot and restriping the lot for you, basically we're paying you the money to control that work and do whatever design you wanted to do at your parking lot. So the next steps are we're asking that the school board approve the permanent additional Norwalk Boulevard street right-of-way and the temporary construction easement for the project. The project is, I'd say, is definitely for the greater good of the public, and it's going to really reduce congestion. It's going to improve safety, and it's going to be a real good improvement for the community. And so let's see, so I mentioned that the right-of-way is going over to City of Cerritos ultimately. And then I also mentioned that the temporary construction easement is a 6-month, that the work will take, the permanent right-of-way is a permanent, transfer, but the temporary construction easement is just a rental. And that's required by the contractor for 6 months within a 4-year window, which starts when we execute the right-of-way document. We need right-of-way to be completed. We have 8 property acquisitions on this property. Some are just TCEs, temporary construction easements. Some are like this, where there's a little bit of permanent, little bit of temporary. We need all of these done by December of 2022 to meet the funding deadline for the project, some of which is the LA County money that I mentioned. Also, there's Senate Bill 1, which is the gas tax. It's statewide gas tax money, has the December 2022 funding deadline for right-of-way acquisitions. The other next step is construction and the timeline. So I mentioned that the payment, part of the appraisal and the payment to the school district includes compensation for the school district to do the parking's lot reconfiguration, restriping, before our contractor arrives. And construction is not scheduled to start until the end of 2023, which is approximately a year from now. So Metro will work with the school district on how quickly they need the sliver. The sliver of property won't be needed until the contractor arrives, because there's no advanced utility relocations that are needed for that little strip. So let's see. I think that's it. So just open it up to questions.
So I heard that you have Cerritos right-of-way also that you're acquiring as well?
Yeah, this property acquisition is actually going to go over to, it's going to become City of Cerritos street right-of-way.
Okay, so you don't need to purchase anything from the city of Cerritos.
There's going to be let's see, some of the bridges at the overcrossing bridge at Bloomfield and the overcrossing bridge at Gridley are going to be completely reconstructed. Those bridges are going to be slightly longer for the additional westbound lane. So the bridge will go into City of Cerritos street right-of-way a little bit more, and that will be conveyed to Caltrans after the project is constructed.
After.
That's
So you haven't actually gotten that right away from the city of Cerritos yet?
Okay, that's a Streets and Highways Code Section 83 acquisition between a public agency and Caltrans, which is non-compensable. So it's...
They don't have a choice.
Well, the city of Cerritos is not objecting because the city of Cerritos...
No, I understand that
So,
part.
yeah, they haven't objected, and they understand that these little small slivers will go from the city of Cerritos street right-of-way to Caltrans.
But there's no monetary compensation to go back
Not for
with
those
the action.
acquisitions.
Okay, all right. And are there any other acquisitions that you need to get this right away done? It's just us, right?
There's a temporary construction easement and permanent little sliver from Aria Apartments.
Oh, Aria, okay.
And then a temporary construction easement from Avalon. So the two apartments, communities on the eastbound 91 south of the freeway.
Has that already been secured?
We're very close to getting it. So those two properties, we're very close to getting it, but we haven't executed the right-of-way documents yet.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Sophia Say.
Well, first one, thank you so much. I attended both meetings, I think 2016, 2018, and 2 times.
Oh, great.
And one is Artesia, and the other one is the Cerritos residents. I have one concern. Did you mention about you're going to close Pioneer or no? There was a project they talked about that, Pioneer exit
No.
on 91 freeway.
Right, the Pioneer, no, actually the same exact improvements that I just described at Norwalk Boulevard are going to be implemented at Pioneer Boulevard as well, where the slip on-ramp or the southbound Pioneer to westbound right turn on-ramp is going to get closed. So people are going to be turning left onto the loop on-ramp. So that ramp is going to stay open.
Okay. Well, what about dust? It's going to be affected to our community health. Do you do some measurement on the dust issue?
Yeah, there's very strict dust control specification that's going to be enforced by Metro's construction management consultant on not generating dust and being sure that when a dirt surface is exposed, it's properly watered so that dust doesn't go up in the air.
So part of the construction permit would be a AQMD 403 permit for fugitive dust, so they'll have to abide by all the conditions within that permit.
For tonight, my vote, and I did check with our interim superintendent, because I do have 2 kids who work for Caltrans. One's an engineer, the other one's an environmental controller. And I was told by our interim superintendent, this is to the public, don't have to be excused myself to vote for tonight.
Is Susan your daughter?
Yeah.
Great. She's great, yeah.
Just look at the last name, you had two people in there under their last name.
Yeah.
Next, we have Board Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. Just really briefly, I've grown up here, and the 91 westbound has been a nightmare for a lot of years. I don't even go that way. I get off and take surface streets home when I'm coming that way. So I want to thank you for all your hard work. We're happy to be a part of this, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Sophia Say.
How many total square footage they took from us?
4,000.
Is it 4,000?
I want to say 4,428.
Yeah.
Thanks, thank you.
Okay, well, I want to thank you also because I take freeway there and it's always stuck. Quick question, what are the hours of construction?
Typical construction hours are 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And there'll be select night work, but only at certain times for maybe dismantling of like the existing bridge or something like that, where there has to be a full freeway closure, because there's going to be 2 overcrossing bridges that have to come down. So that'll be night work. So at select times during the 3.5 to 4 year construction duration, there'll be night work. It'll be on the freeway and not on Norwalk Boulevard.
So during construction, there'll be an outreach campaign to notify you folks and the rest of the community regarding those type of construction impacts.
How long is the duration of the construction?
Go ahead.
3.5 to 4 years. Yeah, it's a long time.
Okay.
And you'll have access to Carlos and Metro. And so during the temporary construction easement, or by the temporary construction easement, you're like sort of establishing a relationship. You're a stakeholder, and coordination is required by the Metro Construction Group and the school district. You know, not just for the permanent. That's sort of like you close escrow and that's it. But it's for restriping the parking lot, the temporary construction easement. So they'll be accessible to the board whenever needed.
Okay. Yeah. Fantastic. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, Ernie?
Just one last question. So when you start construction, can it start during this early part of the summer, so that way we minimize the impact on the high school that's located there? Can we get that schedule to manipulate that way? I know it's 3.5 years that we still have to worry about, but if we could minimize it at least by those 3 months, that would be nice.
Yeah, it's possible. I'd have to kind of look at, Metro Construction is currently preparing a very detailed schedule on all the different phases of construction, so we can get back to you on that. But yeah, we can definitely take that request and put it in and see if we can make that happen.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Sophia, say?
I remember I attended a meeting that did discuss about when you temporary closing Pioneer Boulevard will create a lot of traffic things, and it will be especially on the bridge over Gridley between the Artesia and 166th Street. I think Metro made a promise that you're going to put the lights at the corner of that. I think right the Gridley and what do you call it? Gridley and Park Street. You'll put the lights on to prevent the traffic accident.
Okay, maybe what you're thinking about is the fact that
Overhead bridge.
Gridley Road, okay, so
Yes. Overpass
instead of
freeway.
closing, the 2 bridges that are being replaced are Gridley, which is 1 lane in each direction. That's going to be closed completely during its bridge reconstruction. So the Gridley overcrossing is going to be closed for 8 months to 9 months.
Right.
Bloomfield, on the other hand, is a 2-stage bridge construction. So 1 lane in each direction will always be open on the Bloomfield overcrossing over the freeway, while half of the bridge is constructed. We'll flip traffic onto the new half and then reconstruct the existing, the older half.
I think
So
during
that'll always be open.
I think during the meeting, Metro has made a promise to put the lights right at the corner of the Park Street and the Gridley. So it's very easy for the residents to come out from there. Because otherwise, it's too busy, and some parents just hardly can get out to go to work and delay them hours to get out the residential area.
Are you talking about a signal light?
Yeah, single light. I thought I was making a promise on that last meeting, because residents did have some concern about that. The bridge, overhead bridge.
Yeah, there's not a permanent proposed signal proposed at Park Street. So Park Street, I think, is like just north of Gridley. It
The
goes
stop
into
sign.
the residential neighborhood to the left or to the west, from what I can recall. And there's not a signal proposed at that location.
Yeah, and we worked closely with Public Works, and it never came up.
It never came out. I remember we did discuss about that. One of the residents had requested, and then you folks would say, "We'll think about it."
Yeah, so the signal at that location, I understand that there's a lot of traffic on Gridley, but I don't think that the amount of traffic would warrant a signal at that location. But yeah, we can double check that and
Can you
work with
please?
Dario Samoas and Robert Lopez from City of Cerritos Public Works to see if, if they have recent traffic counts, and we could take a look at it if a signal is warranted.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Yeah.
No further comments, questions? Okay. Let's vote. Hearing no further comments, and public hearing is closed. May I have the motion passes. May I have a vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, no problem, thank you.
It's a long evening.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. 3.12-A. May I have a motion to approve request to contract with Power School Group, LLC, to conduct a 2-day hands-on master schedule building workshop for high school principals, assistant principals, deans, and counselors for the 2022-2023 school year.
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. May I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1600 contract with Aries Software to provide student information systems for 5 years?
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Sophia.
Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you, Board President Suyu. We went out to bid for our student information systems, and we were able to have 3 competitive bids. And after a group of IT personnel, the Director of Purchasing, met and reviewed the bids and interviewed the firms, we recommending Aries as the provider of our student information system.
Thank you. All those in favor? Oh, any public comments? I'm sorry.
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion? Board Member Ernie Nishi.
We currently have Aries, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
It's a good program. Yeah. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
May I have a 4.4-A, may I have a motion to approve the contracts with Canon Surveying and Mapping, Inc., and Joseph C. Truxall and Associates, Inc., to provide topographic surveying services?
So moved.
Eugenio, second.
Okay. Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you, Board President Suyu. We are actually recommending all 3 firms on the bench to help us with topographic survey services should we need them. This is part of the bond program, and at times due to work demands and staffing issue, we need all 3. So our recommendation, they're all competitive in prices, so we're recommending all 3 for approval for the district so that we can use any of these.
Okay. Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Discussion. Board Member Ernie Nishi.
So you had more than 3 bids, correct?
We got 3.
Oh, you only got 3?
Correct, and we're recommending all 3.
Why only 3? There's a lot more than 3 surveying companies out there.
It's just 3. Only because of the demand of the work and what they can do, so we received 3.
Okay.
Yeah.
When will the work start?
It is ongoing.
Ongoing. I see. Okay. And how long is this survey going to take place?
The contract we asked the board to approve is a 3-year contract. So it's part of Measure BB, so as needed, we will use them.
I see.
Yes.
This is going to be, so we need to use them for the services for the declining enrollment and facility.
No. This is not demographic, this is
separate.
Topographic.
Okay.
It's the surveying.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right. Next, we have board members' reports. Dr. Michael Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. Now that we are in November, we are officially beginning the season of giving. The beginning of Thanksgiving season is when we encourage acts of love and appreciation for all the good Lord has given us. Many of us will express this appreciation by making donations to various charitable organizations. Before you consider donating your hard-earned dollars to some of these large charitable organizations, let me read to you some of the lavish CEO salaries your money goes to or has gone to. Red Cross CEO, $603,000 in yearly salary plus additional compensation. UNICEF CEO, $511,000 in yearly salary. March of Dimes, in 2016, the CEO made $550,000 in yearly salaries, with 112 employees receiving over $100,000 in yearly salary. Goodwill makes $2.3 million in profits, paying the CEO $1.1 million per year. And United Way, in 2012, the CEO made $1.2 million in total compensation. These salaries were made off of your hard-earned money that you so generously donated. Meanwhile, there are everyday Americans struggling to make ends meet. Some of these Americans are here in our very own backyard in our district. Some staggering statistics. 1 in 5 Americans are struggling to put food on the table. I listened to a story of a single father of 3, where the only way he has been able to feed his 3 children was his reliance on canned food distribution by a food bank. 31% of U.S. parents struggle to cover day-to-day expenses. Of families surveyed in a poll, half of the families stated they literally only have $4 remaining at the end of the week after paying bills. The number of people struggling to make ends meet has doubled in the last 12 months. Inflation is degrading paychecks that those that have little to no discretionary income has doubled from 20 to 40%. These are our brothers and sisters struggling, and some of them are here in our district. This season, instead of enriching another CEO from a large charitable organization, may I suggest keeping your charitable donations here in our community for those families that are struggling and in need. Please speak to one of our principals here in our schools, which families you may donate to and help out. Give to a smaller 501c3, where 100% of the proceeds go to those in need. Or speak to a pastor or a priest at a local church, which families you may help out. This season, I ask you to share your blessings with those less fortunate here in our district. These tough times give us the opportunity to show our humanity. Now more than ever, we need each other. I wanted to wish you all a happy Thanksgiving for later this month. May God bless you all and keep you well. Madam President.
Next, we have Sophia Say.
I want to start as a warning to the public. This is a warning to our parents, staff, and administrators. As we move into the winter, healthcare experts are worried about the confluence of RSV, flu, and COVID-19. The overlap of these 3 viruses, as well as others, is a big concern to the next few months. This is what I quoted from Dr. Sinai, which is from Cedars-Sinai Pediatric Infection Disease Specialist. And please read our local community news too. It's also wrote an article about RSV in children in overwhelming some hospital. Back few months, my board report, I specified concern from October to May that RSV is one of the upper respiratory disease and very contagious to preemie, young age, child, and elderly. But however, RSV typically doesn't get much attention, but this year is hitting many parts of the nation particularly hard and possible because RSV transmission has been relatively dormant for the last 2 years. Many young children have a little immunity to the virus, but this year it's different now. Children's Hospital of Orange County, it says RSV case tripled in the last 3 weeks. Initially, the COVID-19 pandemic led to a steep decline in respiratory visit in 2020 due to the social distance and a mask requirement, but loosened mask and public gathering restrictions in 2021 led to an unpredictable off-season surge of respiratory RSV with a fewer staff member to help care for an influx of the patients. As a national campaign highlights the effects of the COVID-19 variant, rising cases of RSV, ongoing mental health demand, and staff challenge that Children's Hospital are facing now. As a district level, we need to re-educate our community and our district parents, our children and staff on the importance of frequent hand washing and continue to check our school site antiseptic cleaning solutions. At the school level, each corner should have a hand sanitizing easy access to our students to use. And I did check around the school district, some of the areas, the hand sanitizer is being empty. And I like to have someone need to be in charge and checking to make sure they always have to fill out enough hand sanitizer solution for our children to use. If a parent feels uncomfortable and want their children to wear a mask, please support them. This preventive care would support our attendance rate and maintain our children's health. So I'm asking Interim Superintendent, please look into that. It's really a serious issue now. I think everybody heard about RSV with the COVID-19. And last today, which is November 1, I attended Cerritos College K-12 Partnership in Education joint meeting. It is one of my favorite meetings, and I thank Cerritos College and believe our ABCUSD is still looking forward to partnership with community college for more dual enrollment and classes for our students. I also announced that our favorite superintendent had retired. Participating in the dual cohort program changed our students' advanced education. It made it impossible to be possible. Allow our school children to get a better education and easy to transfer to UC and CSU. Our data showed that from 2015 to 2016, in cohort 1, our total interest student number was 433, and we enrolled 262. But in the last one, the cohort 8, total interest students were 2,853 students and registered 1612. More than half the students attending this dual enrollment. I am very pleased with the result. I want a special thanks to our staff, teachers, administrators, support. President, this is my end report and gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Sofia Say. Next, we have Board Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. First thing I wanted to mention is I read a recent article about the LAUSD data breach, where a lot of students' data was intercepted from people. I hope we're assessing our system, and if any one-time monies need to be spent for the safety of our data, I think we should look at that. I recently attended the Nemus Elementary Fall Festival. I want to thank Principal Meg Jimenez for the invite. My kids had a great time. And I also attended Nixon Academy's Holiday Parade yesterday and their Student Achievement Awards. The kids and staff were dressed up. Everybody had a good time, and I just want to thank them for that. I also want to personally thank Scott Smith. I see this guy everywhere. He runs around taking photos, 5 events a day sometimes, and appreciate you capturing everything that our students and staff are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. So it's a little bit sad, right? Because we had a lot of great accomplishments in this district in the last few weeks. We had a tech fair that was pretty amazing, where the the teachers got to learn about technology, and they did it on their own time, by the way, which is an amazing sacrifice that they had. I got to go to assembly where tons of parents were there winning awards, and I even won a little thing, I think a dinner with the principal or something like that. My dog won a costume contest at the Cerritos Planting Fair. These are all good things that our community comes together with. And I think I might have even killed that plant that I got at that place, but oh well. Those are all positive things in our community, and we talked about math, and yet nobody in this group talked about the main thing, which is our kids, I think. The math, the education, the English, or how to get our kids up to the next level. That's the sad part about this huge crowd that disappeared during the most critical times when we're talking about safety for our community. There was a person that talked about how it's that's an issue. And yeah, we're talking about this when we should be talking about school. We should be talking about how we get our kids to the next level. I wish these parents that were here actually go and research what CCEJ is, you know. We're not saying no, we just want to have a further review because parents obviously said it was something that they want. I had a whole bunch of prepared notes and I'm just going to forget that because it's not relevant. The main thing I think is that whatever you think of us, in 7 days you get to decide whether we deserve to be here again. All of us. Well, not all of us, but some of us. It's not campaigning here. Vote. Whatever you do, vote as if your school district, your community, your Congress depends upon it. That's what you should be doing. Research, understand, participate, come, listen. Clapping is great, booing is not so great, but really understand and don't just go for the headlines and speaking at the school. Not everything happens at these little lecterns. It happens at the schools. It happens at the teacher level. It happens with our administrators that work extra hard. So let's talk about the good things that are happening in our school and let's not and talk about forgiveness sometimes too. Anyway, that's all. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, our time is a little bit over, so I'll make it quick. Announcements, next board meeting, Tuesday, December 13, District Office, Citizens Oversight Committee, Tuesday, November 8, 6 p.m., Diversity, DUE, November 17, 6 p.m., Strategic Planning, Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, November 29, 6 p.m., Finance and Audit Committee, Thursday, December 8, 6 p.m., District Conference Room. Are we going to have time for a second public comment? Yeah, we passed the time, so we're not going to be able to have a public comments then? Yeah, okay. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn, Eugenio.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Okay. Yeah, meeting adjourned.
No.